Grossman was the driver of the white Mercedes-Benz with the damage at the scene is one that struck the boys.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. I don't have any more questions.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
How are you today?
I'm well, thank you.
I think you told us yesterday that you did not respond to the scene of the accident on the day of the accident. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you also had nothing to do with anything that went on that evening, that night, correct?
That is correct.
You took over the investigation from Detective Hilson, is that correct?
Yes.
But that didn't occur until about 3 days after the accident, is that right?
About 3 days, correct.
And so it wasn't until at least 3 days after the accident that you began looking for video, is that correct?
I believe so.
So prior to you taking over, nobody had gone around and tried to get the videos? Is that
No
correct?
foundation.
Sustained.
Do you know whether or not anyone did try to find the videos prior to you coming on 3 days after the accident?
I am not aware of that. I wasn't speaking to my partner. I was doing my own investigations that I had at the time. So whether he was looking or actively looking at that time, that'd be a question for him.
And so would you agree that it would be a best practice to try to get the video as close in time to the accident as possible?
In my opinion, yes. I would try to do that, just depending.
And then when you did find video that you explained to us yesterday, you were not able to download the video, correct?
From the two sources?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. So the video that we have seen that has been provided in your investigation was a video off of your phone taping the video that was at the locations, correct?
It was a video off of a phone. It wasn't my personal phone.
Okay. And is it true that you never asked the people who owned the videos to preserve them for later?
I don't recall.
Did anyone ever give you instruction that you should go and ask those videos to be preserved?
Nobody gave me instruction.
Yes.
It was my investigation after the fact. So whether or not I asked them to preserve any type of video, I don't recall if I asked them to do that. It would be my standard practice to do that. So I may have asked them that.
Okay. But at the end of the day, the videos were not preserved. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So let's look at, we saw some of these videos yesterday. I'd like to put up Exhibit 5 with the court's permission, which is the boathouse surveillance video, I believe. All right, so now you recall when you first saw this video that there were more cars on this video than just Mr. Erickson's and Ms. Grossman's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever make any effort to find out who was the driver of those other cars or where those people would have gone?
Make an effort?
Yes.
Yeah, I made an effort.
To locate the other drivers of the other vehicles?
Yes.
Okay. Did you report on that? Was that something that you put in your report?
No.
Okay. Is that because you were not able to find out who those drivers were?
Correct.
What was the effort that you made to try to find out who those other cars belonged to?
The other witnesses that were there, the video to see if I can zoom in on something to get a license plate to those vehicles, and I was just unsuccessful at doing that.
And when you say the witnesses that were there, you're talking about the witnesses that were there on the night of the accident, correct?
Correct.
So did you go back and talk to those? Because you weren't there that night, right?
Right.
Did you go back and talk to those witnesses to ask them if they knew who those other cars were?
I personally know it was based off the other deputies who were there and had talked to those witnesses.
And the drivers of those vehicles were never determined, correct?
Correct.
Now, let's just go back and put that up again, just maybe a little bit slower. This is still Exhibit 5. Do you recall while that's coming up, do you recall how many additional vehicles and on Exhibit 5, just to refresh, we're talking about the boathouse surveillance video. Do you remember how many cars had passed through that video that you the snippet there?
Total throughout the entire video?
Yes.
Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you. I'd have to review the video.
It was several cars though, correct?
Correct.
And did you notice that each of those cars that passed through that video screen on the snippet that we have of that recording were each in the frame for about 3 seconds?
That's hard to say, but roughly anywhere between 2 to 4 seconds,
Okay.
depending on their speed.
So you also had a video that you located from the Golden Leaf surveillance. Golden Leaf, you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. I think counsel asked you if it was 3650 Golden Leaf, you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And there were several vehicles on that video as well, correct?
Correct.
And maybe we can put that up. I believe it's 6. Is it 6? And you recall seeing that there were 4 vehicles that came through that snippet of the video that we have?
I counted 4.
Yes. And of the vehicles that came through, there was a white car that came through before Mr. Erickson's car. Did you see that?
It was light colored.
It was a light colored car? Okay. And did you ever do anything to determine who owned that white car that came through before Mr. Erickson's car?
I'm sure I attempted to.
But as you sit here now, are you able to provide any information to the jury about who was driving that white car that came through before Mr. Erickson's car?
No.
So there were some witnesses that you talked about yesterday that said that they thought that that the 2 cars that they saw were racing. You recall that?
Yes.
And we saw 4 cars go through, at least 4 cars go through on the videos, correct?
Correct.
But you don't know which cars the people who said they saw racing, we don't know which cars they were referring to. Isn't that true?
In the videos?
Yeah.
Rephrase that.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Well, you recall that, you know who Miss Manners is?
Yes.
Do you recall that she talked about a pack of 5 cars racing?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Is it true that when you look at the videos, you don't know which cars the witnesses thought they saw racing? Is that a fair statement?
Looking at the videos,
Well, looking at the videos, you can make an assumption, probably, right?
just based on my experience, I can make an assumption of which 2 cars are being referred to.
And you have done that in this case, right?
Yes.
And you think it was Mr. Erickson, Mr. Grossman, correct?
Yes.
But you don't know whether the white car that was in front of Mr. Erickson's car that came through that video, you don't know if that car was a car that the witnesses thought were racing with Mr. Erickson, correct?
I know that wasn't one of the cars, just based on the speeds, the video.
I'm sorry, I'm just looking at your screen.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Up for you right
Okay, but you don't know what the witnesses are referring to. You just know you're making an assumption about what they were referring to. True?
Made an assumption, among other things, the evidence that I have.
Okay. And when a witness says a white car and there's more than one white car, you can't be sure what white car they're referring to. True?
If it's just one witness, then true, that would be a true statement.
Thank you. And it's true that you never received the original videos that we were looking at, correct?
That is true.
So when you first got involved 3 days after the incident, you became aware of the black SUV in the videos, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At that point in time, you wanted to know who was driving that vehicle, true?
Yes, I wanted to know.
Okay. But you were already focused on Miss Grossman at that point. So you weren't thinking that that driver was involved. Is that correct?
Oh, I didn't believe that driver was involved in hitting the children.
You just wanted to know who owned the car and who was driving the car. You thought this might be a witness, correct?
A witness or somebody involved.
And when you became involved in the case 3 days after, you did not personally have an opportunity to inspect Mr. Erickson's vehicle, correct?
I knew nothing of Mr. Erickson's vehicle at that time, or who it belonged to.
Okay. At some point, you did learn that the vehicle, the black SUV, was owned by Mr. Erickson, correct?
Correct.
And after that point in time, did you inspect Mr. Erickson's vehicle?
No.
You testified yesterday about you reviewed some of the materials that were in the case, correct?
Correct.
And one of those was Detective Hulson's supplemental report, correct?
Correct.
And that related to an interview that Detective Hulson had conducted of Mr. Erickson, correct?
Correct.
And the conclusion that I think you told us yesterday, and I don't want to misstate what you said, but something along the lines that you felt that Mr. Erickson was trying not to take responsibility. Is that correct?
Referring to what?
To the accident.
Yeah.
What made you feel that way?
Just the way he was trying to avoid Detective Hulson's question.
Can
Based
you,
on his supplemental report that Detective Hulson had written.
okay. Can you tell the jury some of those examples that come to mind?
I'd have to reread the supplemental report.
No. Seriously. Let's try. All right, I want to ask you about debris in the roadway. You're aware that, and yesterday we had Officer Mejia on the stand, and he told us about debris on the roadway that he marked. That's sort of standard procedure, right?
It can be, depending on the debris.
Okay. And one of the items that he marked it as, in the evidence log, as item number 7. And if we can put up 153-2, please. Detective, do you recognize this? Have you seen this document before?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you understand this to be?
It appears to be the legend
The
of
legend?
evidence that was on the factual diagram.
Okay. All right. And we've enlarged item number 7, vehicle debris, chrome fog light cover. You see that?
Yeah.
Did you ever do any investigation as to that chrome fog light cover that was found at the scene and marked as evidence?
Possible, yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what the outcome of that investigation was with regard to the chrome fog light cover?
That it may have belonged to Mrs. Grossman's vehicle.
Did you compare the fog light cover to Miss Grossman's vehicle yourself?
I may have.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that Miss Grossman's vehicle did not include a chrome fog light cover?
No.
I'm sorry, repeat that.
Yeah. Would it surprise you to know that Miss Grossman's vehicle did not include a chrome fog light cover?
Wouldn't surprise me.
Okay. And if it wasn't a chrome fog light cover from Miss Grossman's vehicle, then it must have come from another vehicle. True?
Yes,
Okay.
another vehicle.
And if there was debris at the scene from another vehicle, you would want to know more about that, right?
If I established that chrome fog light cover came from that incident, it could have been there from some other incident a long time ago.
Okay. And the fact that Officer Mejia marked that when he was marking all of the debris that he found on the freeway, that would suggest that he, in his interpretation, believed it was part of this accident, wouldn't it?
In his interpretation,
And it would be something that should be investigated in your view, shouldn't it?
it could be.
Because if there's debris from another car, it might mean that that other car was somehow involved in the accident. True?
Not necessarily.
But it could be,
It
right?
could be.
And you don't know that until you do the investigation. True?
Correct.
But that wasn't done in this case, was it?
I have to check my reports.
Look, I'm sorry. Could we pick that back up? Yeah. If we go to page 2 of exhibit, 153-2. 152 dash? Yeah. I want to go to page 2, the next page. Thank you. I guess it would be 153-3. Do you recognize that, detective?
Yes.
What is that?
When they shoot or what they call shoot the scene, those are all the measurements from the laser scanner that is at the scene that measures kind of like distances of where things are, depending on that either evidence or the vehicle or a light pole or whatever it may be, the lanes.
So for any item that is marked at the scene, then it can be determined exactly where that item was located by looking at this legend. True?
It can be.
And so if we look at number 7, what is that telling us there that we've blown up?
Okay, so item number 7. Well, if you start at item number 1, which is the zero area, that's where the laser's at. It's saying that number 7, that point, is 128.56. Could be feet or inches, depending on whoever is taking that measurement. If they put it through either feet or through inches from the north, and 18.045 from the east at an elevation from their 0 point of 0.113.
And so we can determine the exact location of where item number 7 was located at the scene, correct?
That's point number 7. That's not item number 7.
Point number 7.
Correct.
And
So that's not, doesn't refer to evidence item number 7. That's just the 7th point that was taken from 0.
so if we go back to page 1, item number 7 is listed there as the chrome fog light cover, right?
Yeah, that's item number 7 as
Item-
far as evidence. That has nothing to do with the second page you just showed me.
Okay. One moment. Let's go back to page 2 again of the same exhibit. Page 3, I'm sorry. And what page is that? Page 4? Okay, sorry, go to page 4. Okay, and if we look at page 4, item number 7 is corresponds to item number 69 to point 69, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, so let's blow that up there. And so this would tell us the location of where that item was found?
According to that paper, yes.
Okay. Are you able to determine where that would be on the map?
I'm not just looking at that. I'd have to see the whole breakdown of the measurements that CSA Westland did.
Okay. See if I can find that. Okay. All right. And again, you have no idea what happened to that chrome fog lamp cover, correct?
So today, I have no idea. It could have been released from evidence or not.
So if it was important enough to catalog, should it have been preserved?
Depends on Detective Yulson what he thought. I didn't take over this case at that when this stuff should have all been gathered up. If he decided to gather up, he could have been like, okay, let's take a picture, but we don't need to put in evidence because it's neither here nor there. That's his call.
When you realized that there was another vehicle, the black SUV, that might have been involved, you realized that at some point, right?
Yes.
Mr. Erickson's vehicle, right?
Right.
Didn't it then occur to you that perhaps the debris on the road that didn't belong to Miss Grossman's vehicle should be investigated?
No.
And that's because you automatically assumed that that debris belonged to Miss Grossman's vehicle.
I wouldn't necessarily say that. I'm just based on the statements, witness statements, and the physical evidence. Mrs. Grossman's vehicle hit both of those boys and not another vehicle.
And you didn't need to investigate the involvement of other vehicles because you had already arrived at the conclusion that it was Miss Grossman's vehicle involved only, correct?
That collided into the two boys as far as that part of the investigation.
So do you know what happened to the chrome fog lamp cover?
Right now, I have no idea.
Is that something that you would have expected to have been preserved?
Could have been preserved.
Let's go to exhibit 153-1. What are we looking at here?
At the very top left, it says factual diagram.
Are you able to determine on this diagram the location of where any of the items were found?
You'd have to zoom in. It's not good quality right here.
Understood.
Yeah, just based on all the little circles with the lines going through them. Each has an E/1, E/2, all point to evidence in their
Okay.
locations.
Are you able to see where item number 7 was on that?
Yes,
And where would you describe that to be?
I would describe that to be midway on the photo you're showing me.
Okay. And so if we put a little marker on that, So would you agree with me, Detective, that item number 7, the chrome fog lamp cover, was found between the number 1 and number 2 lane? I can't tell if that's which direction that's actually. Actually, that's going the other way. So that would, well, be between the 1 and the 2.
Yeah, that is located in between the number 1 and number 2 lane.
Okay. And how far from the crosswalk would you estimate that might be?
Based on that picture, I don't know what the measurements are to that.
Thank you. All right, I'd like to ask some questions about the, actually, one more thing on the investigation. There were a lot of different people working on the investigation at different times, correct?
Correct.
So, for example, we heard from Officer Mejia, and he was marking evidence, and he mentioned that Officer Westling was taking measurements. Does that sound familiar with your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be important that the officers work together and exchange information with each other so that they all have correct information? They check each other, checks and balances?
If they are working on the same thing.
Okay.
Depends what.
So if 2 people are marking evidence, for example, and one is also taking pictures, would it be important that they communicate with each other about that?
It might be.
Okay. And so if Officer Westling and Officer Mejia didn't communicate with each other about the measurements that they were taking and the evidence that they were marking, that would not be really appropriate, correct?
Again, it depends what they're doing. What CSA Westling is doing might not be the same. They might be taking care of the same issue, but Westling's thing might be different than what Mejia is doing, but they're still working together in some aspect.
And if they're doing the same thing, working together, they should communicate, right?
If they need to, yes.
And if they don't communicate, there may be some misunderstanding about the results, correct?
That could happen with anything.
All right, let's talk about the sobriety testing. You're aware that Michael Kelly, and I apologize, I don't know, is he a deputy?
All of us are deputies except for
Deputy.
Westling.
Okay. Deputy Michael Kelly performed the sobriety testing, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And who is Detective Takas?
I'm sorry?
I might be pronouncing it wrong. Takas? Takacs?
Never heard of that name.
Okay. Do you know who Michael Kelly's supervisor was?
At that time, it would have been any of the line sergeants at Lost Hill Station. He was assigned to patrol, not traffic or anything like that. So his direct supervisor would be any of the maybe 10 to 12 sergeants that were working that shift that night.
Okay. Were you aware from reading the various reports in the file that there were some criticisms as to the way Detective Kelly did the sobriety testing?
But there was.
Criticisms
By who?
by his supervisor.
I was unaware of that until now.
So you assumed, you read the reports and you assumed that Ms. Grossman was impaired because of the sobriety testing, right?
It's a portion of it, but not my ultimate opinion.
And if the sobriety testing was not done entirely properly, that could affect your opinion on that, right? Just if you looking only at the sobriety testing.
Well, driving on influence is more than just one little section. It's a culmination of a lot of things. So I
Understood.
wouldn't base it off just one little thing.
Okay, but that one little thing, the sobriety testing, was part of the totality of what you evaluated and determined that Ms. Grossman was intoxicated, true?
It was what Sergeant or what Deputy Kelly's superior felt because they signed off on the report saying that she was intoxicated.
And because they signed off on the report, you accepted that as being true, right?
For the most part, yes, because they're a sergeant and I was not.
Because you didn't do the testing yourself, right?
No, I did not.
You know how to do sobriety testing, right?
I do.
So let's talk about your investigation into the drinking. I know you testified yesterday that you actually went over to Julio's to get the receipt and to speak with the waitress. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Let's put up exhibit 194-2, please. Detective, you recognize this is the receipt. This is the receipt that you received from Julio's, is that correct?
Yes.
And this was the receipt that you were told related to Mr. Erickson, Ms. Grossman, and Royce Clayton's time at Julio's on the night of the incident, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if we look at the top of the receipt, you can see that this receipt says it's for 4 guests. You see that?
That's what it says.
Are you aware of that there was another person there?
I'm unaware of that.
Okay, so if it was just the 3 of them, then that receipt wouldn't be accurate, would it?
Well, it's not accurate regardless of just it saying 4 guests. There's also another problem with that receipt.
Right, and I was going to ask you about that. The time is wrong, isn't it?
On that receipt, yes, it is.
I mean, it's not possible that this receipt could have been paid for at 7:16 p.m. if it was the receipt that Mr. Eric.
I'm sorry, ask that question again.
Sure. This receipt indicates that it was paid at 7:16 p.m., correct?
That's what the receipt says, yes.
Yeah, and the accident was at 7:09, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
So if this receipt was paid after the accident, this couldn't be the receipt that relates to this event at Julio's between Mr. Erickson and Ms. Grossman, could it?
If the 7:16 is indicating that's when it was paid, yeah, and assuming that the time is even correct on where this receipt came from.
So the time's incorrect and the number of guests is incorrect, right?
According to this receipt, yes.
And yet this is the receipt that you relied on to determine that Ms. Grossman had a margarita,
An
right?
objection, there's multiple pages to this exhibit, not just this page.
Am I correct, sir?
Objections over.
I'm sorry, ask that again.
Sure. This is the receipt that you relied on to say that Ms. Grossman had a margarita, correct?
It's a part of the evidence. It says that she may have been there, but that just didn't go by the receipt. You have statements from the people who actually worked there and saw her.
So when you're conducting an investigation, there are a lot of people that have to do things to help with that investigation, right?
There can be.
And you have to rely on the work that the other people do as being accurate, right?
Sometimes.
And sometimes things are not accurate that are done by the people who are helping you with the investigation, right?
Sometimes.
And when that happens, that can mean that your result is not accurate because you relied on information that was not accurate. True?
It can.
Now, with regard to the margarita, you do not know how much of that margarita Ms. Grossman consumed. Isn't that true?
I do not know. I was not there.
Yeah, you weren't there. And even if you were to assume the glass was empty, unless you saw her drink it, you couldn't confirm that she had drank it, correct?
Jake, no,
No, I was not there.
Now, this receipt makes no mention of food, but you thought maybe there were chips there. In this restaurant, was this a restaurant that provided chips along with drinks?
That I don't know. I was just more of a personal thing. I go to a lot of Mexican restaurants that usually hand out chips and salsa. So I
Right.
just assumed on that one.
It's kind of almost standard, right?
Yeah, or I wouldn't go to one of those.
Okay. And if there were chips on the table, then it would be reasonable to assume that people were consuming those chips.
The speculation relevance.
Sustained.
All right, I want to ask you about, Mr. Panish asked you this hypothetical question that had a lot of parts to it. So I want to ask you a little bit about that. He asked you to assume that Miss Grossman was racing and that was supported by the EDR. And I think your answer to that was it depends. That's your answer, correct?
If that's what I said, then yes.
Now, the EDR, if it's accurate and reliable, would only relate to the vehicle that Miss Grossman was driving, correct?
Yes.
It wouldn't tell you what other people's vehicles were doing, would it?
Not necessarily, no.
So the EDR could not support racing between vehicles, correct?
The EDR by itself?
Yes.
No, it has nothing to do with that.
It doesn't include, EDR does not include interactions with other vehicles, true?
True.
Now, you were also asked to assume that someone, and I think counsel said something about a 60-year-old woman. By the way, it's okay for 60-year-old women to drive good cars, right?
No relevance.
Sustained.
All right. You were asked about to assume somebody was driving a Mercedes SUV AMG built for speed. You recall that?
Yes.
And that person had been trained and attended classes at Laguna Seca on how to drive over 100 miles an hour. You recall that?
I recall that.
Okay. So let's stop there and let's look at that hypothetical. First of all, are you familiar with the fact that Mercedes offers safety classes to people who purchase those vehicles?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you don't have any problem with someone who purchases a vehicle and then takes a safety class to learn how to drive that vehicle and control it, correct?
No.
You're not critical of Ms. Grossman for taking a safety class on driving, correct?
If she had taken one.
Foundation that she took such a class. He doesn't know that. Or
I'd have no problem with that.
Now, and then the fact that the AMG is taken out on a racetrack with supervision and protective gears, helmet and all that, and the driver learns how to control the vehicle at high speeds on a racetrack. You don't have a problem with that, do you?
Personally, no.
Because race car driving is a sport, isn't it?
what?
Race car driving is a sport.
And so many people partake in race car driving on racetracks, right?
This is relevance.
Sustained.
Well, you don't have any problem with Ms. Grossman taking the car out on a racetrack, correct?
No.
And again, you were asked about to assume the driver was impaired and under the influence of alcohol. If the sobriety testing was not properly done, you would not automatically assume that she was impaired, correct?
It's compound is the way
Sustained.
it's asked.
It's important to look at all the evidence when you're coming up with conclusions, correct?
Yes.
And sometimes the evidence that's provided may not be accurate, right?
May not be.
And to determine if someone's under the influence, you have to have some objective basis for that, don't you?
Figure out if they're under the influence.
Yeah, if to determine that someone is under the influence, if you're just doing a sobriety testing, shouldn't there be some objective evidence of that?
Yes.
Okay. And if the objective evidence doesn't show that, let me strike that. If the sobriety testing doesn't show that there is objective evidence, then you would need more than that to assume that someone's intoxicated. True?
Not necessarily.
Did you watch the video of the sobriety testing?
Oh, a long time ago. Yes.
Okay, all right. Can you tell the jury anything, any one thing that you saw, in your opinion, when you saw the sobriety testing, that you thought showed she was impaired?
That she was impaired?
Mhm. Yes.
Again, I'd have to refer back to the video. It's been a long time since I've seen it.
You were asked to assume that the driver attempted to flee. You recall that?
Yes.
When Miss Grossman's airbag went off, are you aware what happened inside the car?
Yes.
Did the car call an emergency service, like an OnStar type of system?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And that happens right away, right?
According to my investigation, it usually happens right away if they have that service.
Yeah. And when that happens, then the driver of the car is on the phone, so to speak. I don't know, it's not a phone, but they're on a system communicating with an operator, correct?
That is correct.
And then the call is transferred to 911, and 911 is then communicating with the driver, correct?
Depending on the system. I don't know if it happened in this case.
Okay. Did you listen to any of the audio with regard to the when the car was connected with the 911 operator?
A long time ago.
Did you hear anything in the audio that suggested that Miss Grossman was trying to drive away?
I don't recall.
And of course, you're aware that as soon as the airbag went off, the fuel stopped coming into the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
No further questions. Thank you. Actually, can I just do one more? If we could just go back to the hillside video. I think it's 6 or 7. Okay.
Which one?
Which one is it?
So,
Thank you. Andy, watch it. That's okay. Traffic. All right. This was a recording that you made, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if we hear a voice on that, which we're not playing at the moment, it would be your voice?
Maybe mine or Sergeant Kelly's
Okay.
or the homeowner.
Was the homeowner talking as well?
Him and Sergeant Kelly were speaking to each other, I believe. I think the wife was also there.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Good morning, Detective.
Morning.
Fair to say that you take great pride in the work, the investigation you do on a case of this nature.
Yes,
It's important for you to make sure you're gathering and documenting all the evidence in order to reach a just conclusion.
I try to, yeah.
You want to be accurate. You want to be as accurate as possible in gathering the evidence and reaching your conclusions. Fair?
Yes,
Right. Yesterday, you indicated that you were not aware of Mr. Erickson's involvement until later in the investigation, correct?
correct.
That was part of the reason you claimed that you did not look for his vehicle or secure an earlier statement from him. True?
I didn't know he existed at the time.
And that was also the reason why you claimed you were not able to determine if he was impaired, right?
Yes,
Right. But in fact, the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department knew that Rebecca Grossman was with her boyfriend traveling in a separate vehicle on the night it happened, didn't it?
did they?
Yeah, didn't they?
I don't know.
Okay. Why
When
don't we
was
look
that?
at Exhibit 1, page 11?
Hold on a second. Excuse me. You didn't put that up.
proceed.
It's,
I'm sorry, Eric?
Proceed.
Thank you. Let's look at Exhibit 1, page 11. And if we could just go down a little bit further, please.
Your Honor, this is hearsay.
it's a police
They didn't
report.
Please take it.
This is for the witness only.
Yes.
No, he didn't do it. He didn't fill this out.
Can we have it for the witness only, Your Honor?
Hold on. Take it.
So you have it?
Yeah, hold on. I don't have. Oh, no.
It killed everything.
Your Honor, one of the reasons I'm objecting is because counsel's trying to inject information. If you look down on lines 24 and other areas that I didn't think we're allowed to get into.
It's not my inquiry, Your Honor.
But it's okay if he wants to put it up there again.
Stop. Doing my homework over here. All right. So now I go back. Success. You guys see it?
Yes.
Okay. Question.
Thank you. Detective, can you read lines 14 to 17 to yourself, please?
Yes.
Let me know when you're done.
Good
ask the witness to see the whole document, what day it was written?
That's fair. Let him review it.
Sure, why don't we, Ron, can you, back it up and let him see the whole page, please?
See the bottom. Go to the bottom.
Keep scrolling down, please. You there now? Got a chance to look at it?
Yes.
Okay, so you would agree with me that as of the night of the accident, the sheriff's department was aware of the fact that Ms. Grossman was with her boyfriend who was traveling in a separate vehicle.
That she was with her boyfriend.
That was possibly in a different vehicle, correct?
It just says that she was out with her boyfriend. In a
What does
separate,
that
a separate vehicle.
So he was. So on the night of the accident, the LA Sheriff's Department was aware of Mr. Grossman's involvement, and they were aware of this, Mr. Erickson's involvement, because they learned of this through Ms. Grossman's daughter, Alexis.
Misstates what the document says, Your Honor.
Rephrase.
Sure. It became aware of Mr. Erickson possibly being in another vehicle with Ms. Grossman because Alexis Grossman told the officers that. True?
Not true. Objection, misstates
Your
what
Honor,
the
if I could just
document
get an
says.
objection without him speaking, that would be great.
They've been objecting the whole time. I didn't
Yeah,
complain.
but no speaking objections.
Objection, misstates the document.
The question, hold on, I want to make sure, did we go back to the question?
On line 6411.
I know. Objection sustained, rephrase.
Did the LA Sheriff's Department become aware of Ms. Grossman being with her boyfriend on the night of the accident based on a statement made to it from Alexis Grossman?
Yes.
And in fact, Detective, your name appears on that document we're looking at, does it not?
Yes.
You signed that document approving Deputy Mejia's report, identifying the boyfriend being with her on October 1, 2020, correct?
No,
Well, is that not your signature and date?
that's not what it says.
Okay, what signature, what date is your signature?
The date says October 1st, but your question is not what I signed off.
Okay, you signed off on a document that identified Ms. Grossman possibly being with her boyfriend that night, true?
Correct.
Okay, in another vehicle.
Correct.
All right. So if you were aware, either the night of the, if you were, strike that, if the LA Sheriff's Department was aware of the fact that Ms. Grossman was traveling with her boyfriend, possibly in another vehicle, why didn't Deputy Mejia look into identifying Mr. Erickson that night?
That's not what that document says.
What do you believe the document says, Detective?
I didn't write the report. Detective Mejia did.
That's not my question. What do you believe the document
He
says?
believes that his daughter, or her daughter, Grossman's daughter, said that she was with her boyfriend who was in another vehicle. He didn't say anything about his vehicle being involved with this whatsoever.
So why not look for her boyfriend that was traveling in another vehicle?
Because at the time, that was still Detective Hulson's case. I signed off the traffic accident report. That was all I did at that time.
So on October 1, 2020, when you sign the document and you read it, why don't you say, why don't we look into who the boyfriend was?
Detective Hulson is lead investigator on us at that time. I gave him the document. That was up to him.
So why did Detective Hulson do that?
Ask him.
Did you talk to him about looking for the boyfriend on October 1, 2020?
I may have not. I don't remember. That was 6 years ago.
Do you know whether anybody asked Miss Grossman that night when her boyfriend was identified as a possible witness, who her boyfriend was?
I do not recall.
To this day, do you know if anybody from the department ever asked Miss Grossman who her boyfriend was that was possibly traveling in another vehicle?
On that night,
or any other night that they spoke to her?
Well, Your Honor, again, or that night or any,
Oh,
I mean, go ahead. Just
let's
don't
go back.
listen
Stop.
to the rules.
Stop. Is there an objection?
No, go ahead. Let him answer the question. He just go ahead.
Can the first
Go
two-
ahead, let him answer. I don't object. I withdraw to ask the witness to please be allowed to answer.
In the first 2
No.
days, Your Honor,
Can he
may I
answer the
please?
question that's pending?
If you stop talking, he's going to answer.
In the-
And there's a question pending. Answer the
I'll
question.
withdraw and let me rephrase, Your Honor. In the first night of communication with Ms. Grossman, when it became aware that her boyfriend may have been with her, did anybody ask who that boyfriend was?
I do not recall.
Have you ever come across any documentation when you took over the investigation to suggest that anybody asked her that night who her boyfriend was?
I don't recall.
Now, on September 30, 2020, the day after the accident, the LA Sheriff's Department became aware of the fact that Mr. Erickson was driving a black SUV that night. Did it not?
They may have.
Okay. If I can get the Exhibit 61 published for the witness, please. You can just make it a little smaller, Mr. Waters, so the witness can read the whole document. Let me know when you're done reading.
What exhibit is this? Is this one of the ones he's gonna use? Is he telling us how?
I moved it to page 2. I didn't know if you were done. Sorry.
That's fine.
So you would agree that as of September 30, 2020, the day after the accident, the LA Sheriff's Department was aware of the fact that Mr. Erickson was driving a black SUV that night, correct?
Correct.
So still on September 30, 2020, the LA Sheriff's Department did not ask Mr. Erickson to produce his vehicle for inspection, right?
As far as I'm aware, I don't know.
Well, again, I know you took over the investigation a few days later,
Right.
but based on the totality of what you reviewed in the investigation, is there any evidence that you came across suggesting that on September 30, 2020, or shortly thereafter, the LA Sheriff's Department asked Mr. Erickson for him to produce the black SUV?
I'm aware of any of that.
You're not aware that
I'm
it
not
did?
aware.
Okay. All right. Now, eventually, on October 8, 2020, the LA Sheriff's Department spoke with Mr. Erickson, correct?
Yes.
And Detective Hulson conducted the interview on October 8, 2020.
Yes.
He did so by phone, right?
I believe so. Yes.
And you were sitting next to Detective Hulson when he was conducting that interview, right?
I believe so.
Did you listen in, or did you ultimately read the transcript for Mr. Erickson's interview?
Detective Hilson's supplemental report. I believe I did.
Did you ever actually read the transcript of the audio?
I don't believe I did that.
And neither you or anyone else from LA Sheriff's Department, to your knowledge, interviewed Mr. Erickson again after October 8th, 2020, correct?
I cannot recall.
Again, have you ever come across any documentation to suggest that Mr. Erickson was interviewed again after October 8th?
No, I'm gonna object to that because I don't want to say it in front of the jury, but let me see if I can just say a couple that would.
No, I'll see counsel separate. This is so cool. Mission accomplished. We're gonna go ahead and take our break. By the time this one just sells it with anyone else, we'll see you back in about 10 minutes. Those present, you may be seated. Please continue.
May I, Your Honor?
Please.
Thank you. So Detective, before our break, we were talking about the October 8th interview of Mr. Erickson. During that interview, he told Detective Hulson that he was driving a black SUV on September 29, 2020, correct?
Yes.
Did either you or Detective Hulson at that time ask to inspect his SUV?
I don't recall.
But yeah,
You don't recall if it was asked, or you don't recall if Detective Hulson asked?
I don't recall if that was asked by Detective Wilson.
When you took over the investigation, did you ever ask to inspect the black SUV?
I don't recall.
In that interview with Detective Hulson, it was asked for Mr. Erickson to give a timeline beginning at Julio's that night, correct?
I don't recall Detective Wilson asking that.
Okay, why don't, if I can have the witness just look, published for the witness only, Your Honor, Exhibit 206. You can start at page 11. Actually, why don't you go to the beginning, please? No, it's okay. That first page is fine. Does that refresh your memory that essentially Detective Hulson was trying to start with the events at Julio's?
Based on that paper, yes.
Okay. So you would agree that no one during that interview asked him about his activities before Julio's?
so it's foundation.
Sustain.
As you listened
Sustain.
to, you overheard the interview, correct?
I may have. I mean, I was working at my desk with my own stuff.
In fact, you even offered some questions to Detective Hulson to ask Mr. Erickson, did you not?
I believe at the end,
At any time, did you ask Detective Hulson to ask Mr. Erickson where he was before Julio's?
I don't recall.
At any time, did you ask Detective Hulson to ask Mr. Erickson anything about the activity at Stonehouse?
I don't recall.
At any time during that interview, did you ask Detective Hulson to ask Mr. Erickson anything about what he ate that day?
I don't recall.
To your knowledge, was there ever any directive by the LA Sheriff's Department to inspect Mr. Erickson's vehicle?
It was vague as to directive.
Sustain.
To your knowledge, did anybody from the LA Sheriff's Department ask Mr. Erickson if they could inspect his black SUV?
I don't recall.
you gave deposition testimony in the civil case, correct?
Yes.
That was given on February 11, 2025 under oath.
Yes.
You're referring to page 55, lines 5 to 8.
Is there a question?
Hold on.
Like, is he asking the witness to look at it?
No.
I don't even have it yet. Wait, I have it. Are you trying to read that? Do you want to read that?
Yes,
Okay, could you just put it up? I'll just see it.
I don't have it.
Jeff, what page?
Page 55, line 5 to 8.
See,
Question. Do you know if there's any directive or instruction anywhere to go and examine Scott Erickson's vehicle? Answer, not that I am aware of. Was that because the evidence clearly established that the boys were only struck by Miss Grossman's SUV?
Yes.
And now eventually you learned from an interview with Mr. Clayton that the two men had a drink at Stonehouse, right?
I believe so.
But you never went to Stonehouse to see what they drank or when they drank it, did you?
No.
Is that because Mr. Erickson's impairment was not an issue to you at that time?
No, it was not.
That was a correct statement that I made?
Correct.
All right, let's shift over to the videos now. We watched a little bit this morning and then yesterday. I want to start with the boathouse video. I think I heard you testify, I'm sorry if I'm incorrect, but I think you testified that the boathouse camera was 50 to 100 feet past the crosswalk. Is that what you said?
To my best recollection, yes.
Okay. In deposition, you estimated it was 450 to 500 feet past the crosswalk. Do you have an opinion on whether it's one or the other?
See, improper use of deposition.
I'll read it.
sustain.
Page 75, line 3 to 8.
See,
Question, okay. And where these vehicles are, just roughly, about how far are we where the cars are here? How far are we from the accident, from the intersection? Answer, that's probably a good 450, 500 feet from the westmost crosswalk of the intersection. Okay, so if we could just play Exhibit 5 from start to finish, please. Do we need a switch to show everybody you're on? Sorry. Thank you. Okay, so the first vehicle that comes in is about the 4-second mark. That's a medium colored SUV, correct?
Yes.
And then the second vehicle that comes in at the 9-second mark is a light colored sedan.
Yes.
Then the third vehicle comes in at the 20-second mark. That is a dark SUV.
Yes.
And then the fourth vehicle comes in at the 24-second mark, and that is a white SUV.
Yes.
If I can publish Exhibit 63, please. Okay, this is a Google aerial of the area. You would agree that based on the scene, all four vehicles we just saw in that video, marked as Exhibit 5, would have had to have traveled through the same crosswalk that the Iskanders were in.
Objection. That's not
True?
Go ahead.
Yes.
Because there's no other place that those four vehicles could have accessed that intersection without going through the crosswalk, right?
If they had started before the crosswalk, yes.
Well, is there anywhere that they could have started between the crosswalk and the boathouse? The 450, 500 feet?
I believe there's parking right past the crosswalk on the north side of the street.
So the only other alternative they would have exited the parking from the boathouse?
The shoulder right there in front of the boathouse, right just east of that.
Okay.
I'm saying it's possible, but they most likely came from the crosswalk.
All right, so
Area.
more likely than not, those four vehicles all traveled through the same crosswalk.
Correct.
And given that these four vehicles were only 20 seconds apart, you would agree that the Iskanders would have had to encounter them at some time while crossing the street.
Not necessarily. Depends on their speed.
You don't believe that they would have had to either wait for them or pause for them or anything of that nature during a 20-second cross of that intersection?
The first two cars could have had to pause while the Iskanders crossed, if in fact the Iskanders were crossing at that time, at least from that side of the street.
You eventually identified Miss Grossman as being the last of those four vehicles, right?
Correct.
But none of the occupants of the first three vehicles identified themselves to provide any information, did they?
No.
And yesterday, you also testified that the third vehicle in the video was a black Mercedes-Benz SUV. Did I hear you say that correctly?
I believe so.
That is the first time, detective, that you have ever offered testimony under oath in the 6 years since the accident that the vehicle was a black Mercedes-Benz SUV, wasn't it?
Is it?
Let's take page 149, lines 1 through 8 of your deposition.
Just, the question was, ever offer testimony? So, again,
You don't have to comment.
I'm just trying to warn,
Adam,
open that up.
May I, Your Honor?
hold on. What page?
Page 149, lines 1 through 8.
Proceed.
Question. Okay. Just to go back to my other question, it's fair to say that neither you or anybody from the department ever analyzed any of the videos that you were able to procure of the street to determine what the makes or models were of those vehicles. Fair statement? Answer. It's a fair statement. Yesterday, you expressed the opinion that the two vehicles, the last two vehicles you see, were traveling at or around the same speed, right?
Yes.
So if there were expert testimony in this case establishing that the white SUV was going 50 to 52 miles per hour in those videos, is it your lay opinion that the black SUV is traveling at the same speed?
I'm sorry. It's vague and ambiguous.
Sustained.
It's also in,
Sustained.
Let me ask again. If there was expert opinion establishing that the white SUV was going 50 to 52 miles per hour in the boathouse video, is it your lay opinion that the black SUV is going a comparable speed?
Yes.
All right, let's go to Exhibit 6 now. This is the video from the hillside, and let's play it without any audio, please. Okay, so the first 4 cars we see drive through are the same ones we see from the boathouse video, exhibit 5, right?
I believe so.
And then there are 3 more cars who slow and stop directly behind the Grossman SUV that passes, right?
Yes,
Did any of those persons ever stop to identify themselves and provide information to the sheriff's department or any other investigator?
I don't recall.
Are
I'm unaware. if
you
that-
not aware of them doing that?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you critical of them, of those other vehicles and their individuals, the occupants, for not stopping to say that they may have seen something of value?
Am I critical?
Yes.
Yes, but not surprised.
Why do you say that?
People don't stop for accidents all the time.
So we now have a total of 6 other vehicles with occupants that may have had some useful information that have not been accounted for, correct?
No evidence, excuse me, no foundation.
Sustained.
Do you know whether any of the occupants in any of those vehicles ever provided any information to the sheriff's department about what they may have seen?
Just on the foundation of occupants in the vehicles, other than the driver.
Oh,
I'm unaware of any of those occupants.
We have no idea what other vehicles traveled in front of these 7 cars, say in the 30 seconds before the accident, do we?
That's my knowledge, no.
And that's because the sheriff's department never preserved the 30 seconds of footage before what we're seeing in exhibits 5 and 6, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
Like, well, you were present recording the videos at both the boathouse and the residence, correct?
Correct.
Why did you not take another minute of footage that preceded what you saw in exhibits 5 and 6?
I don't recall. I was focused on Mrs. Grossman's vehicle.
Can you rule out that a dark colored SUV traveled through the scene in the 30 seconds before we see any of the cars in exhibit 5?
I cannot rule that out.
There were some questions this morning about witness Susan Matters. She provided a statement as part of the investigation, right?
Yes.
Would you agree that the physical evidence from the accident did not match Miss Manor's description of what occurred?
I have to refer back to her statements.
Okay, why don't we, you don't have a copy of your deposition, do you?
I do.
Can I have you take a look at, just read to yourself, page 92, line 23 to page 93, line 20. And let us know when you're done, please.
I'm sorry, can you give me those pages again?
Yes, I think it's on page 92, line 23 to page 93, line 20.
All right.
So would you agree that the physical evidence from the accident did not match Miss Manor's description of what occurred?
Correct.
And in fact, you previously told us what she reported was not a very promising witness statement, correct?
Correct.
Because what she reported to you was not adding up based on what the physical evidence was.
Correct.
Okay, speaking of witness interviews, you personally spoke to Royce Clayton on December 9, 2020, right?
Yes.
And if I could have the interview published for the witness as Exhibit 195, please.
For the witness and counsel.
Yes, please. You've seen that document before, right?
I wrote it.
You wrote it, right? So you looked at it sometime in the last day or two?
Yes.
All right. So he described for you his interactions with Ms. Grossman and Mr. Erickson, right, that night, right?
Yes.
And you agree that he did not believe that either of them were impaired.
Cause for hearsay.
Sustain.
Prior to consistent statement, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Okay, may we have sidebar briefly, please?
No.
Did he ever tell you that Mr. Erickson was impaired?
Same thing.
Sustain.
He described for you a call that he had with Mr. Erickson at the scene, right?
I believe at the scene.
He described for you a call that he had with Mr. Erickson while Mr. Erickson was at the scene.
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. Well, do you recall him telling you?
It's hearsay.
that
It's
he had-
called, it's staying hearsay. What Mr. Clayton said to him.
Your Honor, I'd like to approach,
No.
please.
No, objections over.
Okay.
Let me hear the question.
Yeah. He told you about a conversation that he had with Mr. Erickson while Mr. Erickson was at the scene.
No, I don't recall him being at the scene.
You don't recall him telling you that he had called Mr. Erickson to get the address?
Have to hear something.
The address to where?
To where Ms. Grossman lived.
Moves to strike. It's hearsay.
Objection sustained. All is stricken. Juror disregarded.
Your Honor, before this witness is excused, it's really important that we be heard on this topic.
We'll finish.
Next question.
Come back to it. Based on your interview of Mr. Clayton, did you develop any impression that Mr. Erickson and Ms. Grossman were racing?
From my conversation with Mr. Clayton.
Yes.
No.
And based on your conversation with Mr. Clayton, did you develop any impression that Mr. Erickson had some knowledge about how the accident happened?
Not to my knowledge, I don't recall.
If you had discovered from your conversation with Mr. Clayton that Mr. Erickson and Ms. Grossman had been racing, you would have further investigated that, right?
If they had been racing,
Yes.
I may have.
And if you had discovered that Mr. Erickson had some further knowledge about how the accident happened, you would have investigated that.
I may have.
Did you learn what Mr. Clayton and Mr. Erickson had consumed at the Stonehouse from your interview?
I don't recall.
All right. Yesterday, you were talking about conversations that you had with Miss Kennedy, the waitress at Julio's.
Yes.
From your conversations with Miss Kennedy, you never developed the impression that either of the three patrons were impaired, did you?
From my conversation with Ms. Kennedy, no.
Based on the totality of your investigation, was there any evidence from any source which suggested that Mr. Erickson had trapped the boys in the crosswalk, leaving them no route of escape?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Thank you, Detective.
You were focused on the person that killed the boys, right?
Correct.
And who was that?
Mrs. Grossman.
Counsel just read you questions about Mr. Erickson. Sir, he read your deposition, but he didn't read the whole thing. So I want to go,
Your Honor, if we can
Have you
stop the
look.
colloquy and have a question, please.
I was in the middle of my question.
Stop. If there's an objection, make an objection.
Objection colloquy.
Sustain.
I would like to have you look at page 206, line 11 to 206, 5. And sir, isn't it true,
I don't have
oh,
206.
Hold on.
your deposition?
Yeah, I don't have it on there.
Give the pages again.
Oh, hold on.
I don't have it, page 206.
Oh, exhibit 206, sorry. He wrote me a note. Exhibit 206, 11 to line 20 to 206, 12, line 5. So if we could show that to the witness. No, actually, this is I want to, I could show this. This is Mr. Erickson's statement. So Mr. Erickson,
I'm sorry, are you showing it?
yeah, I'd like to show that. It's Mr. Erickson's
They
statement.
say no foundation.
Mr. Erickson,
I'm sorry, go back and establish what it is they're saying.
this is Mr. Erickson's statement that counsel was questioning you about just a few minutes ago.
Okay. Yes.
You agree with me?
Your Honor, why is this being published on screen?
I'm sorry. Go back, establish what this document is.
What is this document, sir?
It appears to be transcripts between the conversation of Detective Hulson and Mr. Erickson.
And this is what the one you were listening to, and the counsel just asked you all these questions about and pointing out portions of his statement. Do you remember those questions that he just asked?
Yes.
But he didn't ask you what vehicle Mr. Erickson told the police he was driving. Did he?
I don't recall that question being
Okay.
asked.
So Mr. Erickson, when he came to the police, knowing that 2 boys had been killed, that he was driving there with Miss Grossman, he lied
Objection
To the
colloquy
police.
leading.
Overruled.
He lied to the police about what car he was driving, didn't he, sir?
Yes.
Mr. Erickson, knowing, sir, would you agree with me that this was a homicide investigation?
Objection, Your Honor, 215.
Sustain.
What was the sheriff's department investigating regarding this incident?
We were investigating 2 fatalities between a vehicle and 2 pedestrians, a hit and run investigation, and a DUI investigation.
And the sheriff's department is charged with the responsibility to gather the evidence for the prosecutors and present what evidence you find, and the prosecutors determine whether or not there are further proceedings, correct?
Objection leading.
Objection 215.
Sustained.
This is Mr. Erickson, son.
Narrow the question.
Mr. Erickson, well, Mr. Erickson knew that these 2 boys were killed, correct?
Objection speculation.
Overruled.
At that time,
Yeah.
I'm not aware if Mr. Erickson knew.
The time of the statement,
Between him and Detective Hulson?
Yulson, yes.
Yes.
So Mr. Erickson, knowing that 2 boys had been killed, was contacted by the detective. Did he get him right away when he was trying to contact them,
Objection speculation.
based on what you know?
Overruled.
No.
Was it hard to get a hold of Mr. Erickson?
To my knowledge from Detective Hulson, yes, it was hard to get a hold of Mr. Erickson.
Eventually, Mr. Erickson gave this statement, didn't he?
Yes.
And Mr. Erickson, when he gave his statement, knew that it was related to the death of 2 boys in an incident that he was involved in the sense that he was driving. Forget the other part, right?
Correct.
And Mr. Erickson witnessed, according to what, withdraw that question. Mr. Erickson knew this, and when the police asked him, what kind of car are you driving? And he wrote he said, a black SUV, what kind? GL 450 Nevada plates. That's what he said, right?
According to this document, yes.
You know, based on your investigation, that Mr. Erickson lied to the police about what vehicle he was driving at that time when the kids were killed. Isn't that true, officer?
Yes.
And what do you think as an investigating officer of a multiple fatalities when a key witness lies to the police about what happened in the vehicle in which they were driving? Does that raise concerns in your mind
Relevance as to what the detective thinks.
overall?
Yes, it raises questions.
And you told us yesterday regarding Mr. Erickson's demeanor, you didn't find him to be credible and honest, did you?
No, I did not.
Now, I want to clear up some things that counsel asked. First of all, is it a, hold on, be careful. The videos that counsel played, those are speeds past when the kids were killed.
Yes.
That you can't tell what somebody was driving at the time of the impact based on a video that happened some distance past the intersection, can you?
I can't tell what they were driving.
The speed.
No, not just by that, no.
Did you believe that Mr. Erickson, based on the witness statements of Rayson, based on his action, was engaging in reckless driving?
Based on witness statements? Yes.
Mr. Clayton, the counsel asked you about, did you learn that Mr. Clayton, he was never at the scene, to strike that question. Mr. Clayton didn't drive with Mr. Erickson and Ms. Grossman to her house, based on your investigation, did he?
No, we did not.
But Mr. Clayton learned that the two boys had been killed by Ms. Grossman's vehicle subsequently before he contacted the police, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And Mr. Clayton, the police didn't know about him. He voluntarily went to the police and said he had information.
Yes, he did.
Now, let's go to the receipt. I have a few things to clear up on that. We can put that exhibit, what's that in? 150, 120, 120-91. And there are multiple pages to that receipt. And you were shown the first page. Let's go back. Let's go back to the one he showed, not this one. Okay. First of all, this is the one that counsel, Ms. Holm, showed you. Recall that, sir?
Yes.
Okay, first of all, she says guess 4. 4 is the number of drinks. Is that right?
It appears to be.
Well, let's go to the next page that you weren't shown. And let's see. Remember, Ms. Holm was asking you questions like, this wasn't Mr. Erickson's bill. It could have been a mistake. How did you know that? It could have been an error based on it says 4 people. Remember all those questions?
Yes.
Who signed that receipt?
It appears to be Scott Erickson.
And what time does it say it was checked out?
06 or 6:51 p.m.
And Mr. Erickson signed the bill. And he wrote, thank you, exclamation point, right?
Yes.
Is there any question after all those questions of counsel that that receipt was the one from the date in question? It was accurate and it was signed by Mr. Erickson.
Objection Foundation.
Overall.
It appears to be the receipt.
No question, is there?
No.
It's your job to impartially investigate the accident and find all the facts that you can to give to the next level of the authorities. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Is that what you did in this case?
Yes.
Did you see any witnesses that you interviewed that said, oh, they were not racing at any time?
I don't recall anybody not saying they weren't racing. Let me rephrase that. I don't recall anybody telling me that they weren't racing.
You told us yesterday that racing is dangerous.
Yes.
And you understand as an investigating officer investigating other racing cases, that it's not just the person that makes the contact, it's the people engaged in the race that are the target of the investigation.
Yes.
And the law that you have to enforce says that if you're racing and someone else that you're racing with kills or injures someone, you're responsible.
Legal conclusion.
Sustain.
Well, you have to understand the law to make an assessment about who should be charged with crimes, right?
Arrested. Yes.
And is racing reckless driving?
It is reckless.
So once. Could I just ask the court one thing? I don't want to have a problem, and I want to make
Okay.
sure I understood your ruling. Sir, others in your department were investigating Mr. Erickson for reckless driving, correct?
Correct.
So when you were asked the question, there was nothing else, there were no further investigation, Mr. Erickson, that isn't true, is it?
No.
Ms. Holm asked you a few questions about impairment of Ms. Grossman. Have you changed your opinion in any way after all the questions of the defense counsel that Ms. Grossman was driving under the influence of alcohol causing the death of 2 children?
Do I believe she was under the influence causing the death of 2 children? Is that your question?
Yes.
Yes.
And after all those questions, you haven't changed that opinion?
No.
Did you later learn, as a part of your investigation, that when Ms. Grossman, 3 hours later, was finally taken to the hospital and a blood test was taken, that she was in excess of the legal limit for driving under the influence of alcohol?
Objection, Your Honor. This states the evidence.
Over.
I'm sorry, ask that question again.
Sure. Okay. Did you later learn, as part of your investigation, that when Ms. Grossman was taken to the hospital and blood was involuntarily drawn from her 3 hours after the accident, that the reading of the blood alcohol content was in excess 3 hours later of the legal limit?
Objection, Your Honor. It calls for an expert opinion. It calls for a legal conclusion, and it's misstating the evidence.
Sustain.
Which one?
The latter one.
Misstates the evidence.
Yes.
Do you know what the level of alcohol is in the state of California where somebody would be operating a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol, because you're charged with enforcing that law?
According to California Vehicle Code 23152, subsection B, 0.08 blood alcohol content is considered a misdemeanor and arrestable for DUI.
Based on the evidence in this case.
Correct.
And you say misdemeanor, but if there's,
Hold on. But what's the level on under the A portion of this, the code you just read?
The A section?
Yeah.
You can be 0.01 or above that, between that, or 0.05 or 0.04 if you're a truck driver.
I wanted to ask those questions before, I wasn't allowed, but you understand there's different presumptions in the 23-152A and B of the vehicle code regarding whether someone is driving under the influence.
Correct.
And there's certain levels of alcohol that provide certain presumptions for the trier of fact and the prosecuting authorities.
Yes.
And it can be any level, but certain levels, it's presumed that you are under the influence of alcohol, correct?
Correct.
And and as the court just asked you, section A, 23152A says, deals with levels between 05 and 06, I think. Is that right?
0.079, okay. To reread that one.
And it's actually D. If someone is only a 0.04,
Right.
it's a rebuttable presumption that they're under the influence of alcohol.
Yes.
And a rebuttable presumption means it's not presumed you're under the influence, but it's a presumption that you can prevent evidence to counter.
Yes.
But 0.08 is a different situation, isn't it?
Yes.
And what is under 0.08, 23512 sub B states that it's unlawful for a person who has a 0.08 percentage or more by weight of alcohol to operate or drive a motor vehicle.
Correct.
That's the case here.
Correct.
Your Honor, I'm just going to object to that last question as vague. And move to strike the answer.
Overruled.
And with respect to Mr. Erickson and alcohol investigation, counsel has asked you a question about that. You weren't able to conduct an alcohol investigation because Nobody was able to assess Mr. Erickson on the date in question, nor take a preliminary alcohol screening or give field sobriety test or take a blood alcohol.
Correct.
Now asked and answered.
Over.
Correct.
That's it. I'm done.
Questions from the jury?
Yes. Very quick.
Other questions too?
I think
All right, quickly.
Could we please put up number 7 again? Thank you. I'd like to play this again, and this time with sound.
First of all, it's beyond the scope.
Sustain
It was gone into by Mr. Braun.
with sound,
No, without, but I want,
specifically without sound.
it was, but I'd like to have, okay, we'll do it without sound. I'll ask you when to stop.
Yeah, hold it over.
Is it 7? Did you put up 7 or 6? Oh, 6, I'm sorry, I apologize. Number 6. That's not. Right there, stop right there. Can you back up just a smidge? Right there, a little bit more, so we can see the finger. Okay. Detective, was that you there pointing your finger?
I don't recall if that's my finger or Sergeant Kelly's or
Do you recall what is being pointed out in the video right there?
probably the other cars that are pulling through the scene.
Say that again?
The other cars that have arrived after Mrs. Grossman's and Mr. Erickson's car passed.
Do you recall what you were saying, or did you say something audibly at that point when you pointed your finger there about the cars that you saw?
I may have, maybe the way they were moving.
Did you say something regarding the cars going around a body?
It's possible.
Well, that was your voice that said it?
May have been, yes.
Okay. Now, we talked a minute ago about Miss Manners. You recall when I asked you before that she said she heard 2 impacts, correct?
Yes.
And that was part of the investigation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever investigate whether or not what happened right here was one of those cars driving over one of the children?
It's foundation.
Over.
No.
Okay, one more thing about the receipt. The receipt that Mr. Panish showed you, the second page, that receipt still says it's for 4 people, doesn't it? Regardless of the time on it.
You just pull it back up. I believe it just says 4.
One, remember what you? Here we go. The first page indicates there were 4 guests, right?
That's the receipt you showed me, not what
Right.
you showed me.
Right. It doesn't say 4 drinks, it says 4 guests, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so did you ever determine that someone else showed up and shared in those
It's
margaritas?
all beyond the scope.
Sustain. All right, let me ask the one juror question.
Thank you.
Or one of the questions. In one of the exhibits that contains a splatter that looks like blood on or bodily fluid, have these droplets been analyzed and confirmed to be of Mark and Jacob?
That'd be, crime lab did their analysis of that, and I'd have to see the report fully to see, because they did multiple spots on that car. So it just depends on which spots we're talking about, were on that car.
You can't answer that question.
Not fully.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, you're excused. Thank you. Before I have you break for lunch, you're excused. I just want to remind you all, some questions will be asked, some will not. Those decisions are mine alone. So we'll break for lunch. I'll invite you back at 1:30. Do not talk about the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else.
engines acting like they were ready to race. I had a green light, so I turned right onto Lindero Canyon.
And with respect to the noise that you've heard, the engines revving, have you heard engines revving in the past?
I've witnessed some freeways and stuff where young people are racing, and it sounds like a street race is what it sounded like.
So once you got to Lindero Canyon, you made a right turn,
Yes.
and then you started heading towards what street?
Headed toward Triumphal Canyon.
All right. And then what's the next thing that you observed once you made your right turn onto Lindero as it relates to those two vehicles?
The two cars took off. One of them on my right, I was in the left lane on my right, zoomed ahead of me and cut me off very, very close to my car. And the other car followed that car.
That first car that you said zoomed ahead of you, what color was it?
It was a light color, white.
And what about the second vehicle?
Second vehicle was black.
Once those vehicles passed you, could you give us an estimate of the speed that you observed them to be passing you at?
While they were passing me, I'd estimate 60, maybe 65. I know they were picking up speed after they passed me.
So once they passed you, did you continue to observe them head toward in the general direction of Triumphal Canyon?
Yes.
And when you were observing them at that time, did they appear to accelerate?
Yes.
To what speed?
I would estimate around 70.
And was there anything about their driving behavior that you personally observed that caused you to believe that they were racing?
Just the way they drove their cars. As I said, one of the cars cut me off, and it was, I don't know how I didn't get hit.
How close did it come to you?
Maybe this close to the front of my car.
And was that the black vehicle or the white vehicle?
I believe it was the white vehicle.
All right. And were those two vehicles, were they SUVs?
Yes.
Now,
Distance for the record that he showed.
and the distance that you showed to us, because you indicated with your hands and we can all see it, but our court reporter needs an estimate. So
Okay.
can you give us an estimate of how close that vehicle came to you once it came close to cutting you off?
2.5, 3 feet.
And what about the second vehicle? What was it doing in relationship to the vehicle ahead of it as it passed you?
I really didn't. My mind was on the car that cut me off, and I mean, the black car obviously was still racing.
And was it just those two cars that you personally observed that you described as racing and passing you aggressively?
Yes.
Now, at some point in time, as you're traveling down Lindero Canyon, you're intending to turn right on Triunfo, do you lose sight of those two vehicles?
I lost sight of them until I got around a bend. The road bends a little bit. And just briefly, I saw the two cars turning right and going up Triumphal Canyon.
Once you reach the intersection of Lindero and Triunfo, what'd you do?
I stopped at the light. I didn't see the two cars anymore, and I turned right.
And how would you describe the lighting at that time?
It was normal. I mean, the streets lit very well.
And it was about 7:05 when those cars approximately when they passed you aggressively?
Yes.
I'm sorry,
Yes,
when they
approximately.
passed you.
Aggressively? All right. Was that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, once you made your right turn from Lindero onto Triunfo, what do you remember seeing next that caught your attention?
The next thing that caught my attention was commotion on the right side of the road. I saw some people there. I saw cars. And then I heard the mother screaming over and over again, "Don't run over my child."
This area where you just described this commotion, was it at the intersection?
At the intersection of what?
Triunfo Canyon and Saddle Mountain Drive?
Yes.
And once you reached that intersection and you saw that commotion, what'd you do next?
Well, I was frightened. I was afraid I was going to run over her baby. And so I was super focused on in front of me, because she kept saying, "Don't run over my baby." And I didn't see him. So I slowed way down. I must have been going a mile an hour, just barely moving, searching, because I didn't want to run over the child. And eventually I saw the child in the road.
What'd you do next?
I stopped for a few moments and a safe distance so they wouldn't run over the baby. And I eased to the right into the right-hand lane. And I got out of the car and I saw the mother running and screaming toward me, toward her baby.
Where did you see the baby lying in the roadway?
I'm sorry?
Where did you see the baby lying in the roadway?
He was in the left-hand lane.
Based on what you personally observed, were there any signs of life with that child?
No.
What do you remember doing next?
Next, after the mother got to her child, I got back in my car, called 911, reported it, and started up the hill to my home and called my wife, who I knew was on her way home and normally takes the same route that I took. And I urged her not to take Lindero Canyon, to come around the other way so that she wouldn't have to observe it.
Do you remember about how long you were at the scene of Triunfo Canyon and Saddle Mountain Drive, and you observed everything that you described? About how long were you there?
Minute and a half.
Once you stopped your car at or near the intersection, did you see any other vehicles drive through that intersection?
No.
I'd like to publish Exhibit 176-1. Okay. Mr. Pridgetel, I'm going to show you 8 photographs. Can you see the first image on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, can we go to 176-2, 176-3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. Mr. Pridgetel, have you had an opportunity to see all of those photographs?
Yes.
What does that show?
It shows a black SUV.
Is that the black SUV that you described to us during your testimony today?
It appears to be, yes.
Let me publish my next exhibit. Let's publish 177-1. Okay, there's a series of 9 photographs here. Let's go to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Mr. Pridgetel, have you had an opportunity to see all of those photographs?
Yes,
What does that show?
it shows what appears to be the car that I saw that evening.
So both of those series of photographs, the black vehicle and the white vehicle, are those the vehicles that you personally observed on September 29th, 2020 that you testified to today?
Yes,
I'd like to publish my next exhibit. This will be 178-1. All right, and Mr. Pridgetel, can you see 178-1 on your screen?
yes,
All right. And in looking at this, does this appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of an aerial overview of Lindero Canyon and Triunfo Canyon?
yes,
And do you see towards the bottom center of that photograph, there's a red pin or balloon?
yes,
Is it at that intersection where you observe the two racing Mercedes SUVs making a right-hand turn from Lindero onto Triunfo?
I didn't actually see them make the turn. No,
Okay. Is that where you personally made the right-hand turn
Yes.
off of Lindero onto Triunfo?
yes,
At the end, at the end. At the end.
Okay. All right, let's go to exhibit 179-1. All right, and can you see this exhibit, sir?
yes,
All right, and the body of water that's in the center of this image, what is that?
that's Westlake,
It's the lake in
the
Westlake.
lake of Westlake, yes,
And does this aerial overview depict Lindero, at least a portion of Lindero Canyon?
yes,
And do you see where that red oval is?
yes,
Can we make it a little bit bigger, please? Thank you. All right. And where that red oval is, can you describe the significance of that approximate location?
well, that's where, I believe that's where I was passed. And as I continue beyond there, that's where the road curves a little, and that's where I lost them. I couldn't see them.
Understood. All right, let's go to exhibit 181. All right. Mr. Pridgetel, can you see exhibit 181-1 on your screen?
Yes,
All right. And in looking at it, does it appear to fairly and accurately depict at least a portion of the intersection of Saddle Mountain Drive and Triunfo Canyon?
yes,
And on the right, there's some tennis courts.
correct.
And just to the, well, this is north, but in the northern direction above the tennis courts, that's a portion of Westlake.
Yes, that's the dam.
Okay. And then do you see indicated towards the top center of this exhibit, there's a red oval and a yellow triangle?
Yes,
With respect to the red oval, can you describe generally the significance of that approximate location?
that would be the approximate location of where I stopped my car.
All right. And when you stopped your car and you got out, I believe you told us that you saw who you understood to be the mom running towards the child in the roadway.
In the distance, yes.
All right. Was there anyone else at that time there near the boy who was lying in the road?
No,
You described hearing screams.
I'm sorry.
Did you describe hearing screams from the mom approaching the child in the roadway?
Yes,
Do you remember hearing anything else from her while you were there at the scene?
no, she was crying. She was hysterical.
At that point in time, when you had stopped your car and gotten out, have any first responders arrived at the scene to your knowledge?
No,
Did you, when you were there and stopped at the scene, Did you see either of those two SUVs pulled over at all?
No, I did not.
Do you have any idea where those two SUVs went afterwards?
I have no idea.
When you left the scene to drive home, what general direction did you continue?
Well, I turned left on Twin Lake Ridge,
Okay. And
which
then
was the next street.
can you give us an estimate of, remember where that red oval was? Can we republish? Yeah, 181. All right, so you see that we're back on exhibit 181-1, the red
Right.
oval. Can you give us an approximate distance that you continue driving on Triunfo Canyon to make your left turn to get towards your house?
Couple hundred feet.
Okay. In that couple hundred feet, did you see either of those two SUVs that you've testified to today?
No, I did not.
And sir, are you currently retired?
I'm sorry?
Are you currently retired?
Yes, and a little hard of hearing sometimes.
That's okay. What did you do for work before you retired?
I was in the television business, ran a station in Dayton, Ohio, and I was president of advertising and promotion for King World Productions, which produced and syndicated Wheel, Jeopardy, Oprah, a few other shows.
Out here in Los Angeles?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Mhm.
Good afternoon, Mr. Patel.
Afternoon.
You and I haven't had an opportunity to meet, have we?
No.
Did you get an opportunity to meet with Mr. Owen before you came in here to court and testified today?
Briefly.
You didn't see the collision, correct?
Correct.
You never saw the black car or the white car when they were on Triunfo Road, correct?
That's correct.
The last time you saw the black car and the white car, you were still on Lindero Road, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't know what speed the white car was traveling when it was on Triunfo Road, correct?
I estimate it was going about 70 miles an hour.
I'm sorry, I want to make sure you got my question. On Triunfo Road, you didn't see
Oh, on
the white
Triumph.
car.
I'm sorry. No.
Okay, so on Triunfo Road, you have no idea what the speed of the white car was, correct?
Correct. I didn't see them.
And the same question as the black car on Triunfo Road, you have no idea what the speed of the black car is, correct?
That's correct.
All right, now you got to the intersection of Saddle Mountain and Triunfo, and you said you slowed down, correct?
I slowed down. Yes. Actually, a little bit before I got to the road because of the commotion I saw.
And isn't it true that when you got to that intersection, it was dark out and you saw shapes of people on the right-hand side of the road?
I saw people on the right-hand side of the road and the mother screaming.
Okay. And it was dark out, correct?
Yes.
You then went up the road a little bit and you parked your vehicle and got out of your car, correct?
Correct.
And you saw the mother of the boys, correct?
First, I saw the boy.
First you saw the boy and then you saw the mother, correct?
Yes.
Did you see the anyone that appeared to be the boy's father at the area?
No.
When you were at the scene for a minute and a half, did you see any other vehicles pass through the that area?
No, I did not.
You made a call to 911 that night, correct?
Correct.
And in that 911 call, you identified your name, correct?
Yes,
You gave the 911 call operator your full name, right?
correct.
During that call to the 911 operator, you didn't tell the 911 operator that you saw those two vehicles revving their engines at a stoplight, true?
I don't believe so. I was reporting the accident.
You also didn't report to the 911 operator that you saw a car almost cut you off on Ladero Road, true?
I don't believe I did.
Now, when you saw those two cars at the red light, you didn't see them leave that area when the light turned green, correct?
I believe I saw them in my rearview mirror after I made the turn.
And you said the white car passed you first,
Yes.
and then the black car passed the white car, correct?
Hmm.
And were there other cars on Ladero on Ladero Road?
I believe there were, yes.
And there was several other cars on Ladero Road when you saw the black and white car, correct?
I don't know about several.
How many cars do you think you saw?
How many are you considering as several?
How many did you see?
I wasn't counting cars, but I would say that there were probably, I'd estimate 3 or 4 other cars.
You would agree with me that when you saw the black and white car, you have no idea what those drivers were thinking, correct?
No idea
What those drivers were thinking at that time?
what they were thinking.
What was in their mind as they were driving past you?
I have trying to beat the other one.
Okay, but
I
you
mean,
don't know
that's
what,
the only thing I can come up with.
right, but you weren't inside their minds, correct?
Of course not.
Last area for you. After the night you gave the 911 call, did anyone ever reach out to you from the police department about this case?
No.
Did anyone from an investigator's office reach out to you about any information you may have about the accident?
No.
And isn't it true the first time someone reached out to you in this case was last summer when you were asked to give a deposition in this case by my office?
Yes, in July.
And you were surprised that nobody ever contacted you from the police department, correct?
Yes, I was.
And you didn't reach out to anyone about any information you might have in this accident, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Good afternoon, Mr. Pritchett. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes, you are. Thank
Okay,
you.
great. Thank you so much for being here today. I just want to go over some of the geography of what you saw happen that evening. If we could get Exhibit 63 up. May I approach the screen, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Pritchett, do you see that on the computer in front of you?
Yeah, that's the same thing I have.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Okay.
So let me just go over some of this geography with you. I want to be sure. So where I have my pointer right now, this is Triangle Canyon, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And this is Saddle Mountain, so we know this is where the accident occurred, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, this is Lindero Canyon Road, correct?
Correct.
And I understand our picture ends here, but Lindero Canyon continues further up, correct?
Yes.
Does it intersect with Lakeview?
Yes.
Does it intersect with Foxfield?
Yes.
Okay. And your testimony is that when you first saw the black and or the white car, you were further up on this street, right? Further
I was,
that way on
I
Lindero Canyon.
was at the intersection. Yes.
Okay, and you believe you were at the intersection of Lakeview Canyon and Lindero?
Yes.
Okay, and are you confident that the Chinese restaurant or the grocery store would have taken you up Lakeview?
Yes.
Okay, when you got to the intersection of Lakeview and Lindero Canyon, it was your intention to make a right, correct?
Yes.
And when you got to the front of that intersection there, at the crosswalk there, did you have a red light or a green light?
Mine was green.
Okay, and did you right away go ahead to make your right turn?
Well, I slowed down
Okay,
and I saw the cars on my left, but I had a green light, so I turned.
and when you say you saw the cars on your left,
Mhm.
did you see them directly to your left or or further on the left as if they were on Lindero Canyon Road?
They were on Lindero Canyon
Okay,
facing the lake, okay, facing south or west. I don't know what that is.
so you have them at Lindero Canyon, so the front of their cars would be facing this way.
That's correct.
But when you got to the intersection of Lakeview Canyon, you were facing in that direction and you were gonna make your right turn.
Yes.
Okay. And do you know, the cars, the black and the white car, do you know if they had a red light when you got to the end of your intersection there?
I have to assume because I couldn't see their light, but
Okay.
my light was green. So I assume was red.
Okay. And at some point after making the right turn, did both vehicles pass you?
Yes.
Okay. I believe, let me ask it to you this way. Isn't it true that you first made your right onto Lindero Canyon Road off of Lakeview and after going about 100 feet on Lindero Canyon, that's when those vehicles passed you?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And the vehicle that passed you first was which color car?
It was white.
Okay. And at some point later, as you were going towards Triumphal Canyon, did you also see that white car in front of the black car?
I didn't see juxtaposition of either one of them.
Okay.
When I saw the two of them together, they were all the way down at the corner and I couldn't tell. They were both at traffic light turning.
Do you recall having your deposition taken in this case?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to read from the deposition of Mr. Frigenthal, which was taken on July 18th, 2025. I'm looking at page 22, lines 6 through 14.
Objection, there's no impeachment.
The line-
Proper
the-
objection.
I'm sorry?
Overruled.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Frigenthal, I'm just going to read from your deposition. Would it help if we publish that in front of the witness, Your Honor?
Would it help what?
The witness, rather than just me reading it? Do you want it on the screen as well?
Three.
I don't want it on the screen.
Okay. Mr. Frigenthal, I'm just going to read you a few sentences from your deposition, see if I can refresh your recollection, okay?
Sure.
What is that? Oh, you just want to refresh his recollection?
Well, I'm going to read you testimony that you gave that is different from what you gave today, okay?
Objection is improper use of the deposition.
It's not impeachment. It's a non-party. Non-party.
Lines 9 through 12, Your Honor.
No, I know what you're offering, but go ahead.
Thank you. Question. And so how about the white vehicle? Can you provide an estimate based upon what you saw of the speed as it passed by you? Answer. Well, I don't remember that. I don't recall that. But the next time I was aware of that car, it was ahead of the black car and down the street to the traffic light. Does that refresh your recollection, sir, that you at some point did see that white vehicle ahead of the black vehicle as you approached Triunfo Canyon?
Can I read it? Thank you, John. Okay, is that like line 7 to 13 or roughly?
We were
6 to 12,
6 to 12, sir,
or
yes.
6 to 14.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, you see that, sir? I know it was a long time ago.
Yes. it
Okay.
was.
All right, let me ask you another question. I think that you testified a few moments ago that when you arrived at the area where the accident happened, it was still well lit, or that the street lights were on. Is that what you testified to?
It was lit enough that I saw the baby on the street.
Would it be fair to say that it was dark out and that you could only see shapes of people?
When you have someone yelling, "Don't run over my baby," your brain goes in front of you, okay? I don't remember if there were 12 lights or 2 lights, street lights. I mean, it was a normal evening on the street with normal lighting.
Okay, when you say normal evening on the street, a normal 7 p.m. evening on the street in September,
Right.
correct?
Right.
Getting dark out, if not already dark, correct?
I don't know.
Okay,
I can't answer that question.
do you not specifically recall?
Well, I don't recall how dark it was or how light it was. I said I was hyper focused on the
Understood.
road in front of me so that I wouldn't run over the baby. Okay. And anything beyond there, my brain wasn't paying any attention to.
I understand that. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry? Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking. On the, past the intersection, sir, that's the direction you had to go home, correct? Yes?
Yes.
Do you know the street Bowsprit?
Do I know what?
Do you know of a street in the vicinity where you live called Bowsprit?
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time understanding your last 2 words.
May I approach, Your Honor? Just to say it a little louder.
Say it loud.
Say it.
Can you, what I'm asking you, sir, is if,
That doesn't work for him. That microphone isn't for you.
I'm asking you, sir, as you leave the crosswalk and drive to your house in that area, do you know a street named Bowsprit?
No.
Okay, and to get to your house after you pass that intersection, you make a left into your street, is that true?
No.
Where do you go?
I go up Twin Lake Ridge, and my house is on Twin Lake Ridge. I don't turn left or right.
Okay, and as you were leaving the area of the crosswalk that evening and heading home, did you see any vehicles on the side of the road?
No, I did not.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Pridgetel, you were asked about the statement that you gave to, or no, strike it. You were asked about the 911 call you made. Is
Right.
that correct? Okay. When you made that 911 call, how would you describe your emotions and how you were feeling based on what you personally experienced?
Objection, relevance.
Over.
I was extremely upset.
So when you made that call, did you feel like it was a situation where I need to give my full statement, or were you just reporting the incident?
I was reporting, reporting the fact that a child was obviously killed.
And you were trying to get help.
Right.
Now, setting this incident aside, in the times before the September 29th, 2020 collision, in all of the times that you've driven through this intersection, Triunfo and Saddle Mountain Drive, did you have any issues recognizing or seeing the marked crosswalk that was there?
No.
Did you have any issues or trouble seeing the pedestrian crossing signs along Triunfo before the intersection?
No, sir.
Did you have any trouble seeing the speed limit sign?
No.
Thank you.
Questions from the jury? All right, so we're going to take a really quick break. I'm going to ask you to step out for about 5 minutes to now talk about the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else.
Excuse.
President, you may be seated. So members of the jury, later in the case, I will give you an instruction that when information is read from a deposition transcript, is to be treated the same as testimony, live testimony in court. That's sort of the rule. When I strike testimony, is to be disregarded the same as if I instruct it to be stricken from a live witness. With respect to the last witness, you heard information read from a deposition transcript. That information is stricken. You're to completely disregard it. Call the next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The plaintiff's called Jake Sands.
Mr. Sands, please approach the witness stand or remain standing. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly say the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please be seated. And if you can state and spell your name for the record.
Jake Sands, JakeSands.
Safe.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Sands.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. And if I need to speak up, just say the word.
Yes, sir.
All right. You understand that this case concerns a collision that occurred on September 29th, 2020?
Yes.
You recall at about what time?
About 7 p.m.
Do you recall where it occurred, what intersection?
The intersection of Saddle Mountain Drive and Triumphal Canyon Road in Westlake Village.
How familiar were you with that intersection before the crash?
Quite familiar. I live about 5 minutes up the road from there.
And what's the general area where you live?
Oak Park.
Okay. And with respect to the intersection, can you give us an estimate to understand your familiarity? Can you give us an estimate in the times before the crash about how often, say, in a given week, you would go through that intersection?
I would say roughly about once a week or so. Sometimes a couple times more than that.
All right, so let's go back to September 29th, 2020. At some point, did you find yourself on Triumphal Canyon Road approaching Saddle Mountain Drive?
Yes.
Who were you with?
I was with a friend,
What's her name?
Yasmin Eftekari.
Are you guys still friends today?
Yes.
All right, and you're both in a vehicle?
Yes.
Do you recall what kind of vehicle that you guys were in?
It was a white Infiniti QX50 SUV.
Who was driving?
Yasmin.
And where were you sitting?
I was sitting in the passenger seat.
And
I'm sorry, push that microphone just a little bit away from you.
Yeah.
Straight back. There you go.
And at the time that you were on Triumphal approaching Saddle Mountain Drive, where were you headed?
We were heading to a friend's going away party.
As you're on Triumphal Canyon approaching Saddle Mountain Drive, does something catch your attention?
Yes, loud revving coming from outside the car.
Is that what you noticed first?
Yes.
And when you say loud revving, what loud revving from what?
Two vehicles.
When you first heard that loud revving, what lane on Triumph? Well, let me step back. With respect to Triumphal Canyon Road and Saddle Mountain Drive, as you're approaching Saddle Mountain, how many lanes are there in your direction of traffic?
2 lanes.
So when you first heard that noise that you described, what lane were you and Yasmin in?
The number 2 lane.
And when you heard it, did you do anything in response to that, hearing that revving sound?
I looked in the passenger side, the side mirror.
What'd you see?
I saw headlights.
And that revving sound, what did you associate that revving sound with?
cars going fast.
So you look in your passenger side mirror, you see headlights, and you're in the number 2 lane or the right lane. Is that the lane closest to like the tennis courts and the lake?
Yes, sir.
What do you notice next?
Once I saw the headlights, and well, while looking in the rear or side view mirror, they came up approaching us quickly. So I looked to my left, and then they flew right past us.
And when you say they flew right past you, when they passed you, did they pass you on the left?
Yes.
Did you have to change lanes at all?
No,
Okay. So when the vehicles, how many vehicles passed you on the left?
2 vehicles.
Did you notice what the makes of those 2 vehicles were?
Yes.
What were they?
Mercedes-Benz SUVs.
What color were they?
One was black and one was white.
And when they first passed you on the left, which of those 2 vehicles was in the lead?
The lead car was the black Mercedes-Benz.
And then about how far behind was the white Mercedes SUV once the black Mercedes SUV passed and the white Mercedes followed?
From what I recall, about 5 or 6 feet.
And what did it appear to, well, strike that, withdraw the question. When they passed you, what would you estimate their speeds to be?
Well, we were going anywhere from 40 to 45, and I would say they were going about double our speed.
About 80 miles an hour?
Roughly, yes.
Did it appear to you, based on what you personally observed, that these 2 vehicles were racing?
Yes.
And did that revving noise and the passing at 80 miles per hour, did that catch your attention?
Most definitely.
Why?
Because the speed limit is 45.
Is that a residential area?
Yes.
Families like to use it?
Yes.
People out enjoying the area, walking, running, riding their bikes?
Yes.
And in all of the years, and let me step back from the crash itself. In all of the years that you've driven that roadway, that intersection before the crash, did you see pedestrian crossing signs?
Yes.
Did you see them also? The stenciling, the pedestrian stenciling in the roadway?
Yes.
And as you got closer to the intersection with Saddle Mountain, did you also see the pedestrian warning signs there as well?
Yes.
Did you have, in all the years you traveled that intersection before the crash, did you ever have any issues seeing the marked crosswalk that was at Saddle Mountain and Triumph?
No.
Did you ever see pedestrians crossing within that marked crosswalk?
Yes.
Did you ever feel that your line of sight was blocked by anything as you were approaching it?
No, sir.
Did you ever have any issues or challenges navigating or driving a vehicle up Triumpho approaching Saddle Mountain Drive?
No.
Did you feel that the intersection was dangerous in any way?
Not at all.
All right. Let me go back to the incidents. Okay. So now those 2 vehicles pass. You told us, I believe, the black Mercedes was in the lead.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What do you remember happening next?
So once the vehicles passed us on our left-hand side, my attention was, forwards through the windshield. And that's when I noticed a family walking across the street in the crosswalk, and noticed the cars weren't slowing down.
The family that you noticed, were they crossing from left to right?
Yes, sir.
So like the hillside towards the direction of the tennis court side?
Yes, towards the lake.
Were they all inside of the marked crosswalk?
Yes, sir.
How many people did you observe at that moment within the marked crosswalk?
I saw two boys. I saw the mother, and she was with another young child.
And in terms of their location to each other, could you help us understand what you personally observed when you first saw them?
Could you repeat that?
Sure. So you described seeing four people in the marked crosswalk.
Yes.
You described two boys and then a mom who was next to a younger child.
Yes.
Okay. How were the four of them in relationship to each other? In other words, were they all together as a group, or were there people in front? Can you describe that to us?
They were very close in proximity to each other, almost like ducklings walking across a road.
Do you recall whether the two boys were in the lead or the mom and the younger child were in the lead?
The mom and the younger child were furthest to the right.
Do you recall what any of the young children that you observed, what they were using or writing at the time?
From what I recall, I saw one boy on a scooter and the other boy on a skateboard.
So as you observe this, along with the two Mercedes SUVs racing towards them, what do you remember happening next?
I did not see the cars slow down. That's when I realized I saw the black car narrowly miss the kids. And then I saw the white car struck a boy, and then I saw the boy go airborne to the right-hand side.
And the black Mercedes SUV that you say narrowly avoided the two boys? Yes?
Yes.
About how far away was the SUV from the boys when it passed?
I would say 3 feet or so, roughly.
Did you see what the mom and the younger child that she was with, did you see them react in any way to the black Mercedes SUV?
Yes.
Describe what you saw.
I saw the mother pull the young child out of the way towards the right-hand side of the road.
Was that a close call between the black Mercedes SUV and the mom and the younger child?
Yeah. Yes.
Can you describe the white Mercedes SUV? You saw it hit at least one boy.
Yes.
Can you give us an estimate of how fast you think the white SUV was traveling once it struck the one boy that you saw?
Objection, speculation. Calls for an expert opinion.
Over.
I would say above 65.
And then you described seeing the one boy that you saw get launched in the direction towards the right side of the roadway on the tennis court side.
Yes, sir. Towards the lake.
Did you hear the impact?
Yes.
Describe that for us.
So while I was in the car that we were traveling in, we had music playing, windows were up, and I heard one like crashing sound, sounded like plastic or metal. And I was able to hear that over the radio or the music playing with the windows up as well.
Can you give us your best estimate of about how far away you were in your vehicle when you saw the impact?
I would say roughly 60 feet, roughly.
And did you, with respect to, well, let me step back. And at some point you learned when you were at the scene that another boy was hit?
Yes.
So whether the white Mercedes SUV was the one involved in that interaction, do you know?
Sorry, could you repeat that one more
Sure.
time?
With respect to the second boy who you learned later, who was also hit, do you know whether the white Mercedes SUV struck that boy?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
I only saw one boy go airborne towards the right side.
Could it be that your view of the other boy was blocked and you didn't see that other impact?
Objection, speculation.
Sustain.
Do you think, based on what you know and understood when you were at the scene, that there was something that may have prevented you from seeing the impact of the second boy?
Objection, speculation.
Sustain.
Did you see any other cars?
When both of those vehicles, the white Mercedes SUV and the black Mercedes SUV, went through the intersection, were there any other cars with them?
No, sir.
And at no point in time did you see the black Mercedes SUV hit any of the humans or the people or the family crossing the intersection. Is that correct?
Yes.
The only vehicle that you saw come into contact with at least one child was the white Mercedes SUV?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, once that impact occurred, what did the black Mercedes SUV do?
Kept driving.
Did you ever see the black Mercedes SUV apply its brakes?
No.
What about the white Mercedes SUV? Once there was an impact, what did you personally observe that vehicle do?
I saw a slight brake. I saw the brake lights just come on for a split second, and then it kept continuing forwards down the road.
Did you ever see, we'll strike that. After the impact, did you eventually, did Miss F. Katari stop her car and the two of you got out?
Yes. Right when we
I'm sorry, go ahead.
right when we saw the impact, I told her to pull over, and we jumped out and ran over.
About how long were you at the scene?
Hours.
In all of those hours, approximate hours that you were at the scene, did you ever see either of those two Mercedes SUVs return to the scene?
No.
Once Miss F. Katari stopped, did she pull over to the side of the road
Yes.
and you got out?
Yes.
What's the first thing you did?
We ran over to where the mother was, and then I tried calling 911, and I was not able to get in contact. So I'm familiar with the area that the incident happened in, and I know that there was a fire station just around the corner. So I got Yasmin's keys and took her car over there to notify them.
And without telling us specifically what you said, did you actually get to speak to firefighters at that local fire station?
Yes.
And they had information. Did they respond to the information you provided to them?
Yes.
And then once you gave them that information, did you return to the scene?
Yes.
All right. What do you remember when you returned to the scene? What do you remember doing next?
Once I returned to the scene, I walked over to where the mother was, and then I noticed there were a couple police cars there, and I believe the fire department was also there responding to the call.
When you were there at the scene, did you actually get to see the mom and the dad?
Yes.
What did you observe in that regard? Tell us what you saw.
They were distraught, crying, screaming, yelling, huddling over their kids, just crying. I also remember Nancy praying.
You remember, how about the dad? Do you remember anything that he said when he was there?
I do. I remember him saying, "My boys are gone. My boys are gone," and screaming and crying.
Did you see any of the first responders attempt to provide life-saving treatment?
Yes.
Do you remember anything else that mom and dad said when they were at the scene?
I just recall them praying and screaming and crying.
When you were still at the scene, were you ever interviewed by law enforcement?
Later on, yes.
And were there other times, that you gave statements other than when you were just at the scene?
Yes.
And did you, in all the times that you've offered a description or a recount of what you personally experienced when you were, as it relates to the crash and when you were at the scene, did you do your best to be accurate?
Yes.
When you were at the scene, when you returned from the fire station, when you were still there in the approximate couple hours, did you learn that there was in fact a second boy involved in the crash?
Yes.
Do you ever remember learning his general location where his body was?
Yes.
Can you describe that location?
It was up ahead towards it was up ahead. I remember him laying in the grassy area of the center median.
Did you, at some point in time, either the night of the crash or sometime thereafter, see the white Mercedes? Strike that. Let me publish my next exhibit. Let me do exhibit 146-1. Okay, Mr. Sands, can you see 146-1?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a Mercedes GLE.
Is that one of the, strike that, is that the white Mercedes SUV that you've been testifying about today?
Most definitely.
That's the white Mercedes SUV that you saw racing with the black Mercedes SUV?
Yes, sir.
Is that the white Mercedes SUV that you saw hit at least one child?
Yes.
And in looking at the next image, let's go to -2, -3, -4. All right. Do you see 146-4?
Yes.
When you were at the scene, did you ever have an opportunity to see Rebecca Grossman's, or strike that? When you were at the scene, did you ever get a chance to see the white Mercedes SUV once it came to a stop?
No.
Is this an image that you later saw as a result of the investigations that were going on with respect to this crash?
Yes.
Is there any doubt in your mind that this is the vehicle that you saw racing and hit at least one child on the night of the crash?
No.
All right, let's go to exhibit 148. Let's go to 148-1. All right. Mr. Sands, can you see 148-1 on your screen?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize generally what's depicted in this image?
Yes.
And is this Triunfo Canyon Road looking in the general direction of Saddle Mountain Drive?
Yes.
And is this the Triunfo Canyon Road that you were traveling on the date of the crash when those two vehicles, the two Mercedes SUVs, passed you racing?
Yes.
And you see that speed limit sign?
Yes, sir.
Is that there on the night of the crash?
Yes.
And what was the speed limit on the night of the crash?
45 miles per hour.
Let's go to the next page, 148-2. And Mr. Sands, let me direct your attention to the pedestrian crossing signage on the poles. And also, if you could zoom back out, the pedestrian stenciling, pedestrian crossing stenciling in the roadway. Do you see that?
Yes.
And are you familiar with that stenciling and the signage?
Yes, sir.
Was that stenciling and signage there on the date of the crash?
Yes.
let's go to 148-3. All right. And do you recognize this image?
Yes.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of Triumphal Canyon Road at or near the intersection with Saddle Mountain Drive?
Yes.
All right. And then the signage, the pedestrian crossing signage that's on the center median and on the right sidewalk, was that, do you see that?
Yes.
And was that there on the date of the crash?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to the next exhibit. We'll do 189. All right, let's go to -4. Is that 189? That's right. All right. All right. Can you see 189-4 on your screen, sir?
Yes.
And let's go to the first page of this exhibit. All right. And you see 189-1?
Yes, sir.
All right. You recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
From what? Let me strike that question, ask a new one. Sir, looking at this this image on the screen, do you recall being shown this document and you indicating here where the markings are the ACC and the M?
Yes.
Okay. And the ACC, is that the general location, the approximate location of where you recall seeing at least one of the boys being struck within the marked crosswalk?
Yes, sir.
And let's go to 189-4. And with respect to where Miss F. Qatari and you pulled over after the crash, is that general area depicted in this image?
Yes, sir.
Can you
Just,
go ahead.
We pulled over into the bike lane area.
And do you see where that light pole is? Approach. Just look up here, Mr. Sands, and you direct me, but can you give me an approximate location of where you and Miss F. Qatari pulled your vehicle over after the crash?
It was before the crosswalk, from what I recall.
Okay. So in other words, on this side of the crosswalk.
Yes, sir.
All right. And when you stopped and pulled over, do you recall seeing any other vehicle stop and pull over at or about the same time as you?
No.
And with respect to the lighting conditions at the time of the crash, do you recall it being dusk?
Yes.
And when you got out of your car, did you notice whether the street lights, the overhead street lights at the intersection were illuminated?
Yes, it was well lit.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Why don't we take a very brief afternoon break? Try to keep it right at about 5 minutes. We'll talk about the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Move the podium. present. Seated. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Sands.
Good afternoon.
We've never met before, is that right?
Correct.
Did you have a chance to speak with Mr. Owens prior to your testimony?
Yes.
And do you remember going through the testimony that you were going to give today with Mr. Owen?
Yes.
On the night of the incident, at the time of the incident, it was dark, wasn't it?
It was dusk.
Okay. I am going to show you, with the court's permission, your deposition to refresh your recollection. Is that okay with you?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You have a copy? Page line.
Oh, yes. This will be on page 65, line,
Sorry, 6.
65, line 18 to 20. Have you had a chance to review page 65, line 18 to 20, Mr. Sands?
Yes.
And what was it that you said in your deposition with regard to the lighting?
On line 20, it says, or I said it was dark.
Thank you. All right, I want to ask you, you said you were in your car and the music was on, correct?
Yes.
And you were a passenger, you weren't driving.
Passenger, yes.
Okay, I'd like to, well, let me back up. I think I heard you say that there were no other cars behind you. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'd like to play again number 7. If we could put up number 7, please. Let's just pause it right there. Mr. Sands, do you recall seeing any cars in clumps like we're seeing here in the video at the time of the accident?
No.
There were other cars on the road, weren't there?
Well, object, hold on, you have to form foundation, speculation, vague and ambiguous.
Sustained rephrase.
There were other cars on the road besides your car and the car that Mr. Erickson was driving and the car that Ms. Grossman was driving, correct?
Objection, same objection, vague as to location.
Overrule.
Not from what I recall.
So you never saw a clump of cars like we see here in this video?
No.
And you never saw the 2 cars that we saw go, the 4 cars that we saw drive through this video?
I remember only seeing 2 cars.
But you had your head down and you were looking at your phone, isn't that true?
Until I heard engines roaring, yes.
So up until the time you heard engines, you were not looking at the road, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to put up 76-4.
You didn't give us that, what is it?
I'm sorry?
You didn't give us that, what is it?
It is one that we looked at earlier today.
But you didn't tell us you were using it. So I don't know
It's
what
just
it
a map.
is. Okay, so go ahead, go ahead.
Do you, Mr. Sands, recognize this as Triumphal Canyon Road?
Yes,
Okay, and there's a curve that leads to the crosswalk, correct?
yes,
Okay, and I know you mentioned that, I think you said at the time that and correct me if I'm wrong, the time that the vehicles passed you, you were about 80 feet away from the crosswalk, is that right?
roughly about 80.
All right, is this, can I use this? Is this yours?
No, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, but yes?
Knock yourself out.
It's not mine, but you can use it.
Oh, I didn't break it. Too bad. Oh, okay. Okay, sorry. Okay, and so may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so here's the crosswalk, yes?
Yes,
Okay, so 80 feet, tell me about where you think 80 feet is. I'll move it to right about like here. You tell me, am I too far? Too
yeah,
close?
too far,
Okay, so where this turn lane is,
right about there.
right about here. So when you were right about here is where the cars passed you, is that correct?
A little behind, actually,
Okay, so maybe around here, the cars passed you?
roughly about there.
Now, you said you could see the crosswalk when you were here, correct? Here about 80 feet away, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Now, down here, where you're coming in, the road bends, right? To the left of the photo?
yes,
Would you agree with me that from here, you cannot see the crosswalk?
They're gonna be here.
Indicating,
I can hear you.
indicating where?
Oh, I'm sorry. From the far left side of this exhibit, would you agree with me, because of the bend in the road, you can't see the crosswalk, correct?
no,
I'm sorry, does that mean you agree with me?
you can't see the crosswalk.
Okay, thank you. And you can't see the crosswalk until you get past the bend in the road, right?
Roughly, yes,
Okay, so we've established it was dark. And see where this little car is right here?
yes,
Is this little car about where you would say you can now see the crosswalk right about here?
yes,
And so you said this was about 80 feet, so you think maybe what, maybe 100 feet, something like that?
could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, so you see where this little circle is here that we've marked on here? And we're indicating that's right about where the road straightens out, correct?
Yes,
And that's the point where you can actually see the crosswalk, correct?
yes,
And before that, you really can't see the crosswalk, correct?
before that, no,
Okay. And that's about how many feet in your estimation? 100 feet?
roughly 100 feet or so.
Thank you. Just right here for 1 second.
She says it's.
Now, you mentioned that when you were about 80 feet away, the cars passed you. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And do you recall being interviewed that night?
later on, yes,
Yes, because you said you were there, what, would you say 3 hours, I think?
5 hours or
Okay.
so.
So you were there that night, and after the accident, someone from the law enforcement interviewed you, correct?
Yes,
In fact, it was even on videotape, correct?
yes,
And during that videotaped interview, you never said anything about the cars racing, did you?
I don't recall, but I said they passed us at a high rate of speed.
But you didn't say the cars were racing, did you?
I don't recall.
In fact, since the cars passed you at 80 feet before the intersection, if you had thought they were racing, it would have been after that 80 feet?
No.
Did you look in the mirror behind you?
Yes.
You looked behind you and you saw the cars racing. Is that what you're saying?
They came up to the car I was in very fast, indicating they were racing because they were tailing each other.
So to you, somebody driving fast means they're racing?
Well, at the speeds they were traveling, yes.
But before you heard the engine rev, you were looking down. You just told the jury you were looking down before the engine revved. So how could you have seen behind you?
I looked in the side view mirror.
While you were looking down, you looked in the
No.
side view mirror?
No.
You provided an estimate of speed. Can we agree that you don't have any certifications or expertise in gauging the speed of moving vehicles?
No.
So we can agree on that.
Yeah, I don't have any speed certifications.
Okay. You testified a few moments ago about what you witnessed when you saw one of the boys be struck. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall the mother being on roller skates?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall the mother? I think you said it was a close call, right?
Could you rephrase that?
Yeah, I thought I heard when you were describing that the black SUV was coming toward her, that it was a close call. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see the mom dive out of the way?
Not from what I recall, but I do remember seeing her pull the young infant away.
Okay. And you testified that you saw one boy be hit, correct?
Yes.
But you did not see the other child be hit, correct?
No.
So you don't know which car hit the other child, correct?
From what I recall, I heard one crashing sound, one boom. That's what I remember.
You didn't see the other child get hit, so you don't know which car hit the other child, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to put up Exhibit 153-1 again. Okay. You testified a few moments ago that you saw the second boy up ahead in the grassy area near the center median. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to zoom in, if we could, around the, yes, that area, please. Thank you. So, may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so this is the center median here. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And The crosswalk is here. In this general area, is this where you believe you saw the other child?
I saw him by the trees in the center median.
In the center median by these trees?
Yes, laying on the grassy area.
Okay.
It's
All
in the
right.
center.
And you saw him because you walked over there?
Yes.
Did you see any debris on the roadway at that time? Do you recall?
Yes.
Do you remember seeing something that looked like a part from a car laying on the ground, like a fog lamp cover?
Not that I recall.
But in this area where you saw the boy, you did see debris from a car on the ground?
Not that I recall.
You did not see anyone waving their arms before the collision, trying to get the attention of the drivers. Is that correct?
No.
I mean, is that correct?
Yes.
Sorry, my fault. And after the black SUV went through the intersection, did you see the black car proceed to leave the intersection?
Yes.
And did you think that that the driver was flooring it and trying to get out there quickly?
Yes.
Objection, speculation, right?
Over.
Did you see brake lights on the black SUV come on at all after the impact?
Not from what I recall. No.
Do you know if the black car hit one of the boys?
No.
And based on what you saw and your vantage point, did you come away with the possibility that the black car may have hit one of the boys?
No.
Your Honor, I'd like to read from the witness's deposition, page 47, line 14 through 19.
I assert the same objections I did in the depot. It's vague and ambiguous.
Cause for speculation.
14 to 19.
Suspend.
You came away from the accident with the viewpoint that it was possible the black car also hit a child, correct?
Relevant speculation.
So that's an answer.
Those are all the questions I have. Thank you, Mr. Sands.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sands.
Good afternoon.
Just a moment ago, I thought, well, let me ask you this. It's true, is it not, sir, that after getting through the intersection, the black Mercedes actually did stop momentarily before, as you said, it sped off?
No.
Is it your testimony, sir, that both cars did not hit their brake lights after the impact?
Objection, Ms. Gates' testimony.
I can rephrase that.
I'm sorry,
I can rephrase that.
please.
Is it your testimony, sir, that you did not see both vehicles? You only saw the white vehicle brake after the impact?
From what I recall, yes, I saw slight brake lights from the white vehicle.
Okay. I'd like to show the witness's deposition. Page 25. Line 15 to 17. I may have to go further above to get context.
It's a whole narrative.
Yeah, I can go further above. Start at line 6, Your Honor, through line,
Is there page 25?
page 25, line 6 through line,
An answer.
sorry?
I just have to object because there's no question.
And the rule of completeness.
Sir, do you recall, I'm
Give
sorry,
me your page lines again.
thank you. And it's long because we're getting context. It's page 25, line 6 through line 17.
25, line 6 is in the middle of an answer.
You'd like to start at the
Objection sustained.
Can I give you a different site, Your Honor?
Yes.
Objection, sorry. Page 24, line 19. Through page 25, line 17, or 20 to finish this answer.
Objection, it's not the complete answer.
Objection sustained.
It's 3 pages of an answer. I'm happy to provide it.
Don't use it.
I'm sorry?
Don't use it.
Do you recall testifying in your deposition, sir, that both cars hit their brake lights after the impact?
I don't recall.
It's possible that you did testify to that in your deposition?
Sustained.
When you gave the statement to the police on the night of the incident, it was your goal to be as helpful as possible, correct?
Yes.
Provide them with all the information you had, correct?
Yes.
And you recall that when you gave that statement on the night of the incident to the police, you did not mention anything about either vehicle racing, correct?
I don't recall.
Have you ever watched the video?
Which video?
I'm not aware.
You don't know if you have?
I don't know what video you're referring to.
So the night of the incident, there's a video of you giving the statement, and then there's also a transcription of the statement. Have you ever seen the video?
No.
Have you ever read the transcript?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall when you read the transcript that there was no mention of racing in there?
Like I said, I don't recall.
In addition to the video and the statement from the night of the incident, you have also given sworn testimony on a few different occasions regarding this matter and this accident, correct?
Yes.
And one of the sworn statements that you gave was in April of 2022. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And in April of 2022, when you were asked questions regarding this accident, do you recall that you never mentioned that either of the vehicles were racing?
I don't recall.
Do you recall that in prior statements, whether it be the video or any time you have given testimony, you have used the words at least 80 miles per hour for these vehicles traveling?
I recall saying that.
And do you recall when you gave testimony in April of 2022 that you changed your speed estimate to 65 or above?
I don't recall.
Let me object to the form foundation.
Oh, wrong.
I'm sorry, what was your answer, sir?
I don't recall.
Do you recall stating in the April 2022 testimony that you actually were guessing when you said 80 miles per hour?
I'm not a speed expert, so
In fact, those were the words you used, that you were guessing because you weren't a speed expert. You recall that?
no.
It was after that statement, you said you were guessing about the 80 miles and that you were more comfortable with 65 or above. Does that sound correct, sir?
Well, from the speed that they passed us at, it was above 65, well
Okay.
above.
Now, the deposition that you gave in this matter was given on March 3rd, 2022. You recall that?
Yes.
Were you prepared by counsel for any of the parties before this deposition that you gave on March 3rd, 2022?
Not that I recall.
We've talked about the fact that you did not mention on the night of the incident when you gave a statement that the cars were racing. When you were under oath in March of 2022, April of 2022, you did not mention racing. But in your deposition in March of 2022, you do mention racing. Do you recall that?
I don't recall not mentioning it previously. With the speeds they were going, you know, it's likely they were racing.
So since it's only been stated once by you under oath, Do you recall speaking with anybody where they told you you needed to make that statement in your deposition?
Hold on. Objection, this is 215.
Stay.
On the night of the incident, it's correct, sir, that you only heard one impact?
Yes.
And you're certain of that, correct?
Yes.
In all of your prior testimony, you've never altered that statement, correct?
Not from what I recall, but I only heard one impact.
At one point during your involvement in this matter, did you believe that the reason you didn't see another child immediately following the impact was because you learned or believed that that child landed on the hood of the white vehicle?
Could you rephrase that?
So at one point during your giving statements or testimony in this matter, do you recall stating that the reason you believed you didn't see a second child after the impact was because you felt that child landed on the hood of the white vehicle?
Yes.
On the night of the accident, sir, you saw the black SUV swerve out of the way and get through the intersection without harming anyone, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you follow social media, sir?
I have social media.
Have you followed, well, do you have accounts on social media?
Yes.
Do you follow any of the sites that have to do with this incident on social media?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us which ones?
I don't recall what the exact name is, but I mean,
Sorry?
No.
That's all I have. Thank you.
I have
Thank you.
one follow-up.
Go ahead.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Any questions from the jury?
Um, Mr. Sands, you mentioned a moment ago that you want to support as much as you can or something like that. You recall that?
Yes.
Are you saying that you are trying to give support to the family, to the Iskanders?
Well, from what I saw and how tragic it was, the least I could do is support. And yes,
And how is it that you're giving support?
just being there, being present.
And reading the blogs and reading the social media that supports the family?
No.
And you've read social media that does not support the defense, true?
Objection, foundation, speculation, hearsay.
Sustain.
Well, you're not trying to support the defense in this case, are you?
Objection, argument.
Sustain.
Well, when you say you're supporting the family, you're reading these social media blogs and you're deciding to side with the family, is that correct?
Foundation, argument.
Overrule.
I'm not on social media all the time. And from what I recall, it's not like every day that there's something on there, but my presence, if I could be present, then I will.
And isn't it true that it was from reading social media that you got the idea that there was racing going on?
No.
No.
No further questions.
There are one question.
Go ahead.
Does the support that you've described, did that affect or impact your testimony here today at all?
Not at all.
Objection, speculation.
Overrule. All right. Questions? Okay. 2. Is that another question?
No, it was, but
Okay.
she asked it. I don't want to repeat.
Just you're a silent partner.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
get over my jealousy of how well you guys write, but to the questions first. Sir, when you saw the family in the crosswalk, where exactly were they? Was it prior to the center divider or after the center divider, after meaning closer to the lakeside?
They were after the center divider, closer to the lakeside.
Did both cars cross the crosswalk in lane number 1?
Yes.
Did your car slow when you saw the family in the crosswalk?
Yes.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Your excuse.
Thank you.
All right, we'll take our break for the day. You have another witness?
Yeah, we did 15 minutes.
Sure.
So move it along.
No, if you have a live witness, you can
Yeah,
call.
we do.
Plaintiff's called John Denton.
Mr. Defendant, please approach the witness stand but remain standing. Please raise your right hand.
One lane, is she ever asking any questions about the perception or perspective in these two? One lane, is she ever asking any questions about the perception or?
Were you based out of a particular station?
Based out of Fire Station 89 in Agora Hills.
Have you since retired?
Yes.
How long did you hold the title of firefighter or paramedic?
25 years, 24 years.
Did you attend firefighter school or paramedic school?
Both.
And what education, training, and field experience did you have to complete before becoming licensed as a paramedic in California?
Paramedic school is about a 6-month process. Classroom for like 3 months, clinicals for a month, then internship for a couple, 3 months.
And were you trained to identify and assess injuries?
Yes.
And were you trained to render aid?
Yes.
After becoming licensed, did you have to periodically renew your paramedic license?
Every 2 years.
What went into that process?
You have to have 48 hours of continuing education every 2 years.
And what sort of continuing education did you receive?
It depends on well, you have to have the hours, but also you have to have an annual EMS update. So when they bring in new things or make changes, that's part of the yearly training.
What are the duties and responsibilities of a firefighter paramedic?
There's many. As a firefighter, you have all the firefighter duties as far as responding to EMS calls, fires, traffic collisions, all kinds of different things. As a paramedic, you're the higher medical authority on scene. So you have a higher medical training than the EMT firefighters.
And what are the duties and responsibilities of a firefighter or paramedic specific to responding to the scene of a traffic collision?
Well, it depends on if there's injuries, obviously. If there are patients, then we take care of the patients. It's determined quickly whether the patient needs BLS, basic life support, or ALS, advanced life support. Paramedic would be advanced life support. If there's no serious patients determined to be on scene, then the paramedics actually can leave and be available for another call.
As a firefighter paramedic for nearly 25 years, how many traffic collisions would you say you responded to in your career?
Hundreds, if not thousands.
And of those hundreds or thousands that you responded to, approximately how many of those were automobile versus pedestrian collisions?
I know, dozens.
And Mr. Denton, did you respond to the collision scene on September 29, 2020 involving Mark and Jacob Iskander?
Yes.
And what station were you assigned to on that particular day?
Fire Station 89 in Aguirre Hills.
In responding to Mark and Jacob Iskander, did you use all of your background training and experience you gathered in your 25 years as a firefighter paramedic?
Yes.
In your role as a firefighter paramedic, do your duties include serving on a paramedic squad?
Yes, I was on the paramedic squad that day.
Can you explain to the jury what a paramedic squad is?
In LA County, the paramedics are on, well, I was on a paramedic squad, which is like a smaller vehicle, like a big pickup truck with utility. We carry firefighting equipment. I'm sorry, I'm talking to them, I guess. Firefighting equipment, so like BAs and stuff for fire, but then also the other side is all EMS stuff. So we have advanced medical equipment, heart monitors and drug box and all those kinds of things. EMS is emergency medical services. Sorry.
And how many people are on a paramedic squad?
2.
And are there different roles for the two individuals?
Yes, we rotate, but each day one person will be the driver of the squad, and he is considered the radio man, or the he is the one that has the well, it used to be a clipboard. I'm aging myself. The iPad for documentation, and then the other person is the patient man, we call him, and he is the person, he or she is the person responsible for patient care for that shift. So documentation and patient care.
Were you trained and able to perform both of those roles?
Yes.
And when responding to the scene of the collision on September 29, 2020, were you assigned the patient man role or the radio man role?
I was a patient man that day.
Who was the radio man in your squad that day?
Ooh, Eric Quintana.
How did you first learn about the collision?
We were dispatched. We were at the station and got dispatched to it.
And what information did you learn when you were dispatched?
I believe it just came in as, well, we would call it autoped, but auto collision involving a pedestrian.
And were you told at that time that this collision involved fatalities?
No, that wouldn't come across like that.
How long did it take you to get to the scene of the collision after dispatch?
I don't know exactly. I would guess 7 minutes, 6 minutes, but I'm sure it's all in the record somewhere.
Did you respond to the intersection of Triumphal Canyon Road and Saddle Mountain Drive?
Yes.
When you first arrived at the scene of the collision, was it still light outside?
Yes, it was still light. It was getting dark, but it was still light.
Did you have any difficulty seeing the roadway when you arrived?
No.
Did you have any difficulty seeing the marked crosswalk when you arrived?
No.
Did you have any difficulty seeing the street signs at the scene?
No.
Did you have any difficulty seeing people in the roadway because of the lighting?
No.
When you first arrived at the scene, what did you observe?
When we first arrived, fire engine 144 was there already on scene prior to us. It was parked off to the side. We pulled up. We stopped about where the crosswalk is, right about there. To my right was personnel from 144s attending to a patient, and then we were directed to walk down to another patient.
Did you see a scooter and rollerblades in the roadway?
Yeah, there was some kid stuff kind of in the area where we stopped by the crosswalk.
And did you see the two boys in the roadway?
Well, I saw them working on the one boy who had been pushed off to the side of the roadway. And then we were, like I said, told to go to the other patient who was quite a bit down the roadway, and that's where I headed.
And did you later learn that Jacob Iskander was the boy that was closer to the crosswalk?
Yes.
And did you also later learn that Mark Iskander was the boy further from the crosswalk?
Yes.
Let's put up exhibit 71-1. 71-1.
That's 70.
Take that.
Oh, it's right here.
Mr. Denton, does this image look familiar to you?
Yes.
Is this an overview of the crosswalk you responded to on the day of the collision?
Yes.
And does this image fairly and accurately depict an overview of the intersection of Triumph Canyon and Saddle Mountain Drive as you observed it on September 29, 2020?
Yes.
Do you see the two markings on the map here? The blue balloon on the lower right of the roadway and the red X up towards the top?
Yes.
The blue balloon marking, is that the approximate location of where you observed Jacob Iskander's body?
Yes.
And the red X marking, is that the approximate location of where you observed Mark Iskander's body?
Yes.
Do these two markings on this image fairly and accurately depict the approximate locations of where you observed the two boys at the scene?
Yes.
Okay, we can take that down. And so earlier you mentioned when you first arrived at the scene, you were directed to go towards Mark Iskander. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you got to Mark, were there people already rendering aid to him?
Yes.
And what did you observe about the injuries that Mark had suffered?
About his injury? Well, they were doing CPR, which is a pretty big injury. He had some very visible deformities to his lower extremities. I think to an upper extremity as well. He was pretty busted up.
And did you begin rendering aid once you arrived at Mark?
Yes, I didn't not personally have to really do it because that wasn't my role at that point. They were doing CPR. We continued that. They had an AED, an automatic defibrillator on him that had not shocked him. I put my monitor, my defibrillator monitor. We put him on our leads because it's not just without getting too deep. It's where you can see what the heart rhythm is, not just listening to an AED. That's an automatic thing. This is more of a manual kind of a thing. So we had to put him on that to see what his heart rate was, if he had a heart rate. Do you want me to keep going on that, or?
Yeah, please.
So then, so we put him on there, and he did not have a heart rate at all. He was asystole, which means he was flatline, which means his heart had no activity at all, no electrical activity or mechanical activity. So at that point, I had to tell everyone to stop.
Mr. Denton, what does severe blunt force trauma mean?
Well, it's kind of self-explanatory to me, but severe blunt force, you're not getting stabbed, you're not getting shot, you're getting hit with something bluntly. And it's enough to cause severe damage internally.
As part of your background, your training, and your experience as a treating paramedic, are you able to identify if a patient you are treating has suffered from severe blunt force trauma?
Yes.
Based on your 25 years of experience as a paramedic, what have you observed contributes to severe blunt force trauma in patients?
Well, the biggest one is a car accident, whether it's getting hit by a car or being involved inside a car accident, you could actually get severe blunt force trauma as well. Falling or sudden stop at the bottom is the blunt force trauma.
And as the treating paramedic, did you assess the severity of the trauma that Mark had suffered?
I could tell it was severe by his injuries that were evident. And the distance from the distance he was a huge indicator as well.
What did that indicate to you?
That he got hit hard and he traveled a long ways.
After you assessed Mark, what determination did you make as to his condition?
After I assessed him, he was dead.
Approximately how much time passed between when you first reached Mark and when you determined he was deceased?
It wasn't that long, few minutes. There was, like I said, like you said, people rendering aid. There was a civilian lady that was a nurse or something helping, and they were all doing their best to do whatever they could do. But then I had to, like I said, and they kind of realized at that point that there's nothing that could be done.
And after you determined that Mark was deceased, what did you do next?
I went to go help the other patient, Jacob, the younger one.
All right, why don't we stop there? Reporting back for tomorrow. Do not talk about the case amongst yourselves. We'll see you back at 9:15 tomorrow.